Live down at Parc Ferme, the West End car park if you're local. That's where we're stuck at the end of the, I'm going to call it the jetty area where the water is.
Yeah, I found out what that boat was doing when it was landing at the...
Have you?
Yeah, they're painting it.
Okay.
And obviously by dropping the nose of the sort of little roll-on, roll-off ferry type boat it is, they were able to get it onto the shingle and then paint the lower part of the boat.
Clever stuff.
Because I wondered why it said Highland Ferries or whatever.
Yeah, half
been
the
painted out.
areas on the end was just...
I think they're actually painting the boat and freshening it up, so to get it onto the shingle beach, they were able to beach it effectively. And obviously they must know what they're doing, they get it back off again. And they were roller and painting it yesterday. I noticed that was...
See? You are the guru and everything.
A wee mystery.
You find out the information. Welcome to Nevis Radio, your SSDT radio station. There's a new one for you. I'm John Weller with John Moffat.
Hello.
You had a good day yesterday?
I had a great day yesterday because it was the road run day out the Moidart Peninsula, and I got to see one or two sections. A lot of water yesterday.
Huge amount, a lot more than I was expecting.
Oh yeah, and it's just the hills, you know, venting the water that's come down overnight. But it was surprising at WD's. I was speaking to my son Stephen. He just come back off the section and. He said, oh, he says, a lot of bikes are getting drowned. I said, drowned? He says, yeah. He says, because the Vertigo's air filter's up at the headstock, so it's a bit less susceptible to taking water in through the airbox than some other models. And he said, oh, yeah, they're drying all their bikes out. And I went, wow. And then I saw videos last night. Marcus Faulkner put on one. And it was a torrent, you know. And we've just been looking at Stuart Blythe's pictures of the section that he was at. He was at one of the early ones, and he took a video of pictures of the section in Spate, and then the last rider that come through, I think it was Tom Heck, and you could see it was just a trickle. Yeah, it's amazing how these burns, streams I should say, take the water off the hill very quickly in Loch Harbour.
It is amazing. Back in the studio, we've got Simon. A very good morning to you, Simon.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm awake today.
Yeah, good. You sound a lot more brighter.
That's because I got up on time.
How are things there today? Nice and warm and comfortable and everything's sort of calm and serene?
Yeah, usual. I've got about 1 billion screens in front of me. I'm just trying to share links out and get organised.
You've got 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5, I'll give you 5.
Yeah.
You look around the corner, you get another 2 if you want to do that as well.
Yeah, that's too far.
Contact details?
Yeah, you can contact the studio today. You can phone me 01397 706 100. You can also WhatsApp us on the same number 01397 706 100. If you are abroad, I think I'll put +44 and then drop a 0, but that works. You can also email us at the studio at studio@nevisradio.co.uk, and you can get us on Nevis Radio Official on Facebook, and also just look for us on YouTube. Just type in Nevis Radio and you can find our live link there, and you can see exactly what's going on, completely for free with no details required.
And you can look at us in HD on your YouTube and on your Sky Cube tellies if you've got radio player on there as well.
Smart speakers, tellies, apps, all that kind of stuff. You can get us on all those.
Can't get rid of us.
Just type in radio player, you'll find it.
And some shops and cafes have got us in there as well, so go and you'll see us everywhere.
That's the idea.
Yeah, see Bernie Schreiber actually shared Day 4 YouTube broadcast last night and made some comments about the Nevis Radio and thanking everybody, so that's good. And he enjoyed his interview yesterday and asked if everything was okay, and as far as I'm concerned, everybody was happy with it, so that's how it goes.
Came across very well, I thought, and as I say, a lovely clear vocal on the way it works these days. So going down TV, his phone line, that was he with the... what's it called? Zoom, not Alexa, Zoom.
We're using Teams here.
It's all the other ones, all the platforms.
Yeah.
What's that called? Video in platforms?
Video conferencing?
That's it. And he was, of course, in Zurich in Switzerland, and we're here in Fort William. It's incredible.
You would not know. You would not know. And in the techie van, we got Dan the man in the techie van, and we also got Robbie, who's going to be out with the mobile camera catching some more great shots. And looking back at that yesterday, that gave a new dimension on the whole experience.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen it myself because I went out for dinner last night.
Did you?
I treated my wife to a slap-up feed.
Where'd you go? Fish and chip shop?
No, Brown's.
Shh, can't say that.
Sorry.
The restaurant at the end of the town would have done.
A restaurant in Fort William benefited from my spending spree.
As always, we're indebted to our sponsors who help us put this on each and every year. They've been very continuous with us. We've got Michelin Trials Magazine, Comms West, Thistle Access for the trailer, Nevis Bakery for the cookies we've been giving away. Cookies?
Shortbread.
Cookies.
Yes, cookies.
We're giving them out to the riders and support workers. Gavin Cairns, who's been providing us with a breakfast, and the Great Glen Grub Hub. I just panic every time I've got to say that.
Yeah.
I'm just at some
It's a
point
bit of
I'm
a
going to get it terribly wrong.
tongue twister, isn't it?
It is. But I
It twists
suppose
my tongue.
that's what it's about.
Yeah.
So the team's starting to arrive here. First rider away at 7:30.
That's right. Every morning the riders leave the Parc Ferme at 7:30 in the morning. Just sub 300 riders, so that takes a few hours to get them out. And just be careful if you're moving around in Lochaber this week, because the bikes do actually go on the public highway from time to time. But as I say, they're not riding in big groups or anything. It's not like following a cycle race on the road. The riders are normally one or two together, and that's about it. So it's just that they don't have any lights or big high-vis jackets on. And of course the bikes get coated in mud in the moors, and the riders always try to keep the number plates clean, but they can't sort of hose their bike down every time they come onto the road. So anyway, just keep an eye out for them this week, and have a good holiday in Lochaber if that's what you're doing.
And starting off around number 200 today, I imagine 190, 200 around there, would it be?
Yeah, well, the front row there is...
We've got 240, I don't know.
240,
193 it says up there.
193 it says, but then that might not be accurate, because these things are just to line them up. Yeah.
But we'll get you some pictures out there, show you exactly what's happening. I think Robbie's getting kitted up as we speak.
And we've changed the studio round now.
If you've been watching us a few days, there was a team meeting. I wasn't invited, doesn't matter, but we had a team meeting, and we had a bit of a shufty around.
I wasn't involved in any team meetings because I'm classed as a guest presenter.
You're a guest.
I'm a guest of
VIP.
Fort William. I don't know about VIP, but certainly a guest to help you guys out.
Yeah, and the idea is just to change things around. We've got quite a big gazebo here, which Gavin Cairns helped us get. Was it last year or the year before?
I think it was last year.
Last year. It's a year old now.
Yeah, so that was...
I thought that was Simon putting in a laugh there, but it was actually people behind us laughing.
Yeah, because you will see people walking around. Now, as I say, hopefully they won't stop doing silly things and trying to get swear words in on us. That's one thing we need to look at, but hopefully that won't happen. If you do, it's sort of out with our control. It is a public area we're in a way.
Yeah.
But
When you're on radio, it's very important. Radio or television, but unfortunately the social media seems to get away with it, which can be a wee bit...
YouTube you can.
Yeah, that's
YouTube
right.
You can.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, should we do that weather, have a tune, ad break, come back?
Yeah, we can do that.
Sounds like a plan.
Do you want me to pick a tune? Dead easy one.
The first one's already sorted.
It's sorted. You've got it in list. All right. Well, you give us a shout when you...
Yeah, you can have the next one.
I'd like to get two today. It's a bit like asking for two boiled eggs.
Tell someone what you'd like. Why are we doing it live? Just do it now.
OK, it's a Stones, Rolling Stones, Jumpin' Jack Flash.
Yeah. That's your next song you'd like.
That's my next song.
There you go.
Right, I'll sort it out while you do this.
OK.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
Early half for some, otherwise mainly dry and warm with hazy sunshine. Thickening cloud bringing the chance of some light rain, especially across the Western Isles later on. Your maximum high, wait for this, 21 degrees centigrade, 70 into the 70s of old money. Tonight, a mild night with clear periods and a light breeze for most again. Cloudy and breezy but dry over the Western Isles. Your minimum overnight low just dropping down to 8 degrees centigrade, 46 Fahrenheit.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
Right here in the harbour. You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth the breathtaking world right here in Lochaber.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Thelma and Louise, the SSDT secretary, she's
Yeah.
out doing her bit, checking the bikes, putting the right numbers on, because obviously the leader has an orange plate.
Yellow, yes,
yellow
right,
plate.
yeah, yellow
Those
and
which
black
get-
writing.
Those which are riding for no award, they get a red line through their number.
That's right, keeping it all going.
So they're doing that, and anybody's birthdays, they put balloons on
Put
it.
balloons, and they were out yesterday with the top down. Out at the
Were
last
they?
section. Yeah, so
Car, I mean, a car.
Yeah, because
Well,
the
the
car
car-
at the top down.
Well, we were talking about that because of the weather is going to improve hopefully the next couple of days, and we're saying the well-known phrase "taps off," which is that's a Scottish phrase which means take your top off because you get a nice bit of sun, but
Yeah.
you've got to be very careful with sun, haven't you? But yeah, taps off in the next couple of days, but they've got the tap doon. The tap doon of the rag
tap
top.
doon.
Yeah, if you watch Bangers and Cash on the
Yeah.
telly, it's a tin top or a rag top, and that's how they refer to
Who
it.
doesn't watch that?
I watch it all the time. In
Every
fact,
night.
I've been down there
Every
to
night.
Matheson's at.
Did you see Derek?
Yes, I met him.
Yeah, is he all right?
Yeah, he's a really nice guy to speak to, and he kind of said, "And what's your interest then?" I says, "Motorcycle." "Oh, in the bikes." I said, "Trials with." "Oh yeah, what have you got?" I said, "Lots of bull tackle. Well, one or two bull tackles now." And I explained to him. He said, "Keep in touch, keep in touch in case I want to sell a few." But one or two bull tackles have gone through Matheson's, and I've watched them. In fact, one of my friends, Ian Middleton of the Loch Lomond Club, managed to pick up a Model 198B, which is fairly rare beast. There was only a couple of hundred made, only for the British and the French market, back in the days when bull tackle were going out of business, and he actually bought one at one of the Matheson's online auctions. They don't do live auctions now where you can actually go down, because it was Thornton Ladale was getting really blocked out with cars, and
It's a wee village, isn't it?
it's a wee village in Yorkshire. It's great, and I think they're up now. Their bigger place is up at Pickering. And it's a big organisation now, because obviously the television it's taken off. But the funny thing is, Paul Matheson is a bit of a trials rider. He used to go up to the Croft Club training ground and practice ground with Charlie, his son, who's now into rallying, into the junior rallying now. So quite an interesting family generally. I mean, nothing to do with television. This is a passion is cars, and Paul is into the bikes as well, and the trials bikes, and yeah, it's good. It's a great program. I watch it. Even the reruns, I watch them. My wife puts it on the TV for me because I can't work it. And she says, "Have we seen this one?" I went, let's see that one again, because it's quite interesting. There's a couple of bits I might have missed. So we look at that all the time. And
Cars I wish I'd had, or wish I could have now.
yeah, that's true.
Strange, isn't it?
Yeah, Cavalier SRI.
Yeah, was that your
So
dream car?
well, no, it wasn't my dream car. I had one.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
And I sold it up in Inverness some years ago to a retired fire chief. And the reason he bought it, it was red. But no, I'd moved on from that, and kept it for so many years. A 1984 car, November 84, brand new, that I bought when I lived down in West Lothian, and it was a great car. The only snag I had with it was in the centre of the wheels there was a little cap for covering the wheels.
Yep.
And if you did a certain speed, sometimes they
flew off.
and of course you'd stop to pick it up, but it was in the bushes and you just couldn't find them. So there must be hundreds of
These
hubcaps of Cavalier SRIs and Astra GTEs that are lying in hedgerows all over the country, and you can't get them now.
No.
They actually were doing, it was one of the other programmes was doing up a GTE, I think it was, and they found a couple of new old stock hub centres, and they just clipped in, you see. So obviously when they get a bit tired, they were flying off everywhere. Terrible.
I love this old new stock. It just makes me laugh. So in people's sheds and garages, there's stuff on shelves, and every now and again it comes to light.
Yeah, it does. I mean, new old stock is what people buy. I mean, I've got quite a few Bultaco bits and pieces collected over the years that have never been on the bikes. Now you can tell with the Bultaco where the casings is. They used to slap a little sticker on it with a part number on it.
Yeah.
And when they come with a part number on it, you've got a fair idea that particular component has never been fitted to a motorcycle.
Having the older bikes, you're always looking out for just bits. Oh, I might just put it on the shelf. Like you're saying, put it on the shelf. You know, they're going to be getting fewer to find. And when you find one, you
some
just think,
things
I'm
are.
going to stick it to one side.
Yeah, some things are getting difficult to find. I mean, original new stock Mahler pistons for Bultacos are becoming more and more rare, but they are out there somewhere. And in Spain especially, they still have stocks of them, but they're spirited away. I think some of the Spaniards are deliberately hiding them now so that the price goes up.
Yeah.
That's how it tends to work. But no, I've been fortunate in picking up 340 85mm pistons from one or two sources, because I built a 363 Special, which I still haven't started. The bike's in one piece. I just haven't actually physically started the bike, but it's ready to go. Yeah, to be commissioned. And it was a It was an Alpina bottom end, 64mm stroke, 85 piston. That's 363. These are the boring facts, folks.
Well, it is, but it's part of it as well. It's not just dividing. Some people, they're fanatics about it, and they tinker and play and look for that special bike. Maybe the first bike they had, they sold. They had to sell it to get the next bike.
Yeah.
They want to go back and try and get it back.
That's how it works. Yeah, same with cars.
Exactly the same way.
I mean, if you listen to, or you watch Bangers and Cash, I mean, Derek Matheson says they're selling dreams.
Yeah.
And what people tend to want is the car that their dad had.
Yeah.
That's how it comes across, and it's true.
British Leyland 1800.
Well, I remember my parents getting a new car in 1959, very, very vaguely, of course, and it was actually bought in Inverness,
Right.
a standard ensign. And I hid behind my gran because I didn't recognise the car when I came back home. And it was registered NST 936. I wish I had the number plate now, because living up in the Inverness area, that's the numbers to have. But unfortunately, it was wrecked in an accident in '63, and then he bought a brand new Zephyr 4. And I loved that car. I thought it was great. And then he changed to a Jaguar. Yeah. And I was depressed because the Ford had gone. I know it sounds strange, but I loved the Zephyr 4. I just thought it was a great car. And it had big fins, like an American car, you know, the old Zephyrs. Yeah. But he went on the Jaguars, and then I realised that a Jaguar was an upgrade type of car to a Zephyr 4. Yeah. So there you go. But no, it's great. I've actually emulated my dad a little bit, and I do have a Jaguar S-Type Sport, but I run a Ford as a daily driver, a Ford Cougar, so there you go. Other makes are available.
I was just going to say that. Yeah. It's just, coming up to 24.5 minutes past 7. Shall we look at that route? Do you reckon?
Yeah, I think we can.
Before you do that, I've got a message here. It's good morning to Kieran, Mark and Andy, who are marshalling this morning in Parc Ferme. And can we wish a very happy birthday to their dad in Dorset? And also, most importantly, can you take them through shortbread, because they're busy marshalling? I believe Kieran's one of the young marshals there as well.
Okay, can do that, that'd be fine. Anyway, on to the route, as you requested, of the 2024 Scottish 6 Days Trial here in Lochaber, Friday the 10th of May, day 5. The first group is non-accessible to the public. It's 2 sections at Group A, Sleach, out near Kinlochleven. First rider will get there half an hour after the start. That'll be 8 o'clock. Second group is Group B, which is Upper Mamore, also out in Kinlochleven. 2 sections there, first rider there at 8:25. Then up to Group C, 3 sections at Corrymoer. That's just quite near the pipeline on the Dam Road out of Kinlochleven village. And the first rider there is at 8:40. Chairlift, that's out at the Glencoe ski resort. Chairlift, there's 2 sections there. Group D, first rider there at 9:45. Then over the General Wade Road to Bar House, an old favourite. 3 sections on Group E, and the first rider's there at 10:10. Then they have the rest stop. And that, I think, I'm not sure unless we speak to David Dignan later this morning, it's normally just outside a Halliday farm, because the riders go across or through the valley towards Group F, which is 3 sections at Gorton, and the first rider there is at 11:20. You can get access to Gorton, but it's in through a sort of track, but it is drivable apparently, so I'm told. I've never really been to Gorton in the past. Then it's Group G, which is Corrie Buick. I don't know that one, it sounds new to me, and it's there, the rider's there at 11:50, 2 subs there at Group G. Then across to Group H, which is Dunnan, there's 2 sections there, first rider's at 12:30. Then it's over to Group I, 2 sections at Carrower on the Carrower Estate. Thank you very much to Carrower Estate. They've given the use of their ground for many, many years. And the first rider's there around about 1 o'clock. And then the finish group, or the last group I should say, is Group J, which is 5 sections at the old favourite, the hamlet of Ferset. That is accessible. There's normally plenty parking up at Ferset, but park sensibly. And the first rider's there at 13:50.
As simple as that. Well, I think you're going to go for a little bit of a wander in a while, go out to where the start ramp is, maybe see the first riders away on this Friday, because it's a beautiful, beautiful day.
It is indeed. We'll be doing that just around about 7:30, I believe.
In about 2 minutes' time. 2.5 minutes' time.
Of course, there's no break at 7:30, is there?
No. Just keep
So
going
they're able
through.
to do that, yeah.
So the first riders in now, they get that 20-minute tinkering time, sorting things out. And there were some
Yeah.
videos put up with, say, WDs, which was just so wet. And you did see the engine, the whole bike going underwater, basically.
Oh yeah, very much so. The bikes were pretty well, no, not submerged completely, but a fair
Good
percentage
drenching.
underneath the water, yeah.
And how's that sort of work with spark plugs? I mean, the caps must be quite tight on the top of the plug, I imagine.
Yeah, they're pretty well waterproof. It's more the airbox taking in water.
That's the vulnerable bit,
and
is it?
that tends to suck in, because obviously that's part of the induction setup, and they suck air through the airbox to get clean air in through the air filter. And what happens is the water goes into the airbox and then it can get sucked in through the carburetor, or even in some cases the fuel injection system, and it starts to splutter and cough and die and all the rest of it, and then you've got to dry the whole thing out. And in some cases it means taking the spark plug out, turning the bike clean upside down, kicking it with a spark plug out to vacate the cylinder barrel and crankcase of any water that it's got in, and replace everything, clean out the airbox, make sure it's dry again, get the bike started and get it hot. The secret is to get it down the road, keep the revs up high and get the engine up to full operating temperature, and that tends to burn out all the nasties. Otherwise, if you have a bike that takes in water and you don't start it and get it hot, the main bearings tend to corrode, and then you get real problems. They start to rumble, and then you've got to strip the engine down and replace the mains bearings. So that's how you have to sort of repair the bike if it takes in water.
And I suppose in the old days the exhaust was an issue too, but now the way they're designed now, the exhaust come high up around the frame.
Oh yeah,
into the frame,
yeah, that's been on the go for many, many years now. Back to the 1930s, the competition models that the factories put out, that was one of the features of a comp model, was the fact that it had a high-level exhaust. And
in fact, there's a new one going over there now. I can just see a guy putting a new exhaust on. Is that a permitted?
Yeah, you can replace the exhaust. That's it looks like Duncan McCall replacing the exhaust. What's probably happened is he's probably taken on water and decided to play safe and replace the rear tail silencer. So that's what he's working on at the moment.
Very good. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to let you regroup. What do you want to do? Do you want to tune? I've got John Humes waiting to have a chat, one of our sponsors.
Yeah.
Part of Trials Magazine. Catch up with him, see what he's been up to this week. Robbie's going out and around with the camera.
So we're doing that now.
So I reckon if you want to do that now, then we'll get John in. If you sort of see the first rider away, which should be any second now.
Yeah, rider number
here starting.
193, which is Gary Pears. He's just left the Parc Ferme. Hopefully you can still hear me as I'm going past the container. It seems to be breaking up, so I'll try and get clear of that. No, it seems to be breaking up quite bad over here at the moment. I think I'm okay if I stand here, which is a wee bit further out than I'd planned, but I can still see clearly. Rider number 194 is just coming up to the start, and that's Marc Terry Bracas from Catalonia of the Moto Club Tona on a Vertigo. He's just checking his route card at the moment, so he'll be coming under starters orders, and the official is just taking a swipe of his front number plate there. There's a little chip at the back of the number plate which is read by the handheld smartphone that they use for this particular job. That's Mark just leaving the Parc Ferme. He's just going to pop into Vertigo for a little bit of servicing, I think. And the next rider to come up onto the podium is rider number 195. We had breakfast together, Ian Payne from the Westmoreland Club. He lives in the Lake District on a gas. He's ridden the Scottish 6 days 13 times before, and this is his 14th attempt. Just getting his jacket zipped up. Just waiting on his time card being presented by the marshal. I think he might actually have it now, does he? And just waiting on his minute to come up, so then he'll be under starters orders, swiping the front number. That's all recorded. The first kick in the gas has started, and that's Ian on his way, Ian Payne. Next competitor is 196, Richard Fisher of Basenswaite and District Motor Club on a Beta. Now the Betas were taken on water yesterday at WD's apparently. They've got a lower airbox than, for example, the Vertigo, and they were more susceptible to water ingress, so a few of the Beta riders were getting their bike sorted out at the top of WDs yesterday. But normally they don't have any trouble with the beta. It's just that the water level was so high when some of these riders are going through. And as we saw earlier today, we were showing, Stuart Blythe showed us pictures of the sections he was on, and the water level did actually drop later on. So it's just as the water's vented off the hills. So Richard's getting his number plate swiped. A couple of kicks and the beta's away, choke on. And he'll just nip the choke off as he goes out down through the car park once the machine warms up a little bit, and then by the time he's on the main road it'll be beginning to climb up to operating temperature. Many years ago, as it was explained to me how the water-cooled bikes work, it's not actually water cooling as such as water warming. It keeps the bike at constant temperature compared to an air-cooled motorcycle with air-cooled engines. It's just a more controlled temperature when it's using liquid, and in this case it's almost like antifreeze when you look at it. It is coolant that goes into the bikes, it's not tap water. Rider 197 is Ignacy Nog from Catalonia, Moto Club Tona. He's on a 4RT, which is a 4-stroke Montesa, built in Spain, but obviously it was under the Honda concern, but I think now it's back to Montesa from what I hear. He's supposed to start it. He was going to roll it off the start and kick it, but he's got to make sure it starts. First kick's normally a priming kick. He's had 4 kicks and it's started, but that's not unusual. Normally the first kick on a Montesa, we've got 198 coming up now. Venace Vidal of the Moto Club Singles, also on a 4RT Montesa. Normally the first kick just energizes the capacitor, and then the second kick is the actual starting kick. So most Montesas tend to start properly on the second kick. If they don't start, you can do a reset, which is you hold the throttle wide open, kick it over very slowly 3 times, release the throttle twist grip to shut the throttle, don't touch it again, and then give it a kick, and then that's a kind of reset for them. So there's one kick, second kick, there you go, just as I explained. And off he goes on his day 5 run. 199 is Scotsman Connor Payton, entered under the Kingdom Off-Road Motorcycle Club in Fife on a Scorpa. This is his 3rd attempt at the Scottish. And the Scorpa, of course, imported by Nigel Burkett, down in Broughton in Furness. He looks relaxed as Connor. Getting ready to go. Don't see him wearing a backpack, which is unusual because most of the riders are carrying backpack full of tools and bits and pieces and spanners and certain spares they take with them. Maybe he's got somebody taking tools for him, who knows. So the official's just checking his number. Official 115 just taking a note of it in the system. Second kick and the Scorpa's away. He'll be happy with that for day 5. Rider 200, Oriol Giro from the Motor Club Singles, and he's on a 4RT Montesa. Beautiful weather this morning. It's going to be 21 degrees according to the weather reports, so it's going to be a nice bright day. Just right for riding at the moment. The early cloud across the loch is now beginning to disperse, and we're able to see the boats again. I think it would be a great morning for taking pictures on the loch this morning. It was really calm, wee bit fog in the background. It would make for really nice photography. So Oriel's just getting ready to go, just waiting on his minute coming up. And if you haven't seen the Scottish 6 Days trial before, all the riders, they leave at minute intervals, and it's a timed event insofar as you get so many hours to complete the course, unless there's a delay on a section. Oh, he's wanting to see his bike starting. He's actually started without starting the bike. Please start the machine. Yeah, because obviously if they don't start the machine within a minute, then they get penalised 5 marks. So the start officials have to see the bikes being started, but Oriole actually went down the ramp on a dead engine there, but he was stopped just where I was standing and had to prove that his bike has actually started this morning. We've now got Charlie MacDonald, Scotsman of the Dunfermline Club. He's also a member of Inverness and District because he sometimes rides in our trials. Charlie's on a TRRS 125, being a younger rider. And obviously it's his driving licence that dictates what size of bike or power output of bike he may ride on the public highway, and that's why some of you'll notice that they'll be riding Vertigo 125s, TRS 125s because of their age.
John, Rider 201 you've got on the screen here just now. I notice they've got the lanyard on the handlebars. I'm assuming that says kill switch.
Yeah.
Is it not a requirement for them to have that around their wrist, so when they come off, it comes off, or how does that work?
In the sections, it's supposed to be, well, it is to be mandatory that they are actually using the lanyard, but when they're on the road, some of them just tend to wrap them around the handlebars, so they're not actually being observed at that particular point. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, I was just curious. I thought that might be something the marshals might check for.
Well, the marshals do check for it when they're observing at sections, but I don't think they're actually checking it at the start.
That's cool.
It'll be interesting to see what Rider 202 Todd Kellett does. He's a member of the Devonport Club in a Vertigo. This is his first time. Son of Nibs Kellett. Yeah, so you can actually see in the video now, the film, that his lanyard is fitted to the bike. Obviously the bike wouldn't start without it. And he's got the bike started, so he's just rolling it off now, but he's not got it wrapped around his wrist. But that's a bit like saying to a car driver on the public highway, remember and keep your hand on the ignition key or your finger above the button, because a lot of them are button starts now, aren't they, in cars? Number 203 is Charlie's father, Ross MacDonald, riding under Dunfermline MCC. He's on a Scorpio. This is his third attempt at the Scottish. He's just getting ready to start. Clipping on his backpack, so he's ready to go. Make himself comfortable. Because these bikes are not the most comfortable of bikes to ride on the road. They're not really built specifically for road riding. They're pretty low in the centre, so they can be a wee bit uncomfortable once you've covered a few miles. He's struggling to start it this morning. Probably just low temperature. I'm not sure if this is one of the fuel injected Scorpios or not. But he seems to have a wee bit of a problem now. If he can't get it started, he's using the fence as a steady to give it a right good kick. Normally, right there you are, started within his minute, I reckon. So he should be all right, but it was just a wee bit drugged to start. But he's away now. That's the main thing. 204 Ty Kellett from the Yeovil Motorcycle Club. Or Yeovil, if you like to pronounce it that way. That's the rider just clearing out a Vertigo beside us here. Todd Kellett. 204 started okay. Next rider coming up, well known in Scottish circles, from the Isle of Man, Juan Knight, brother of David Knight, the well-known world enduro champion. He's ridden the Scottish many, many times. He's an excellent enduro rider himself, and he has a motorcycle business in the Isle of Man. He's been coming up to Scotland since he was a small boy. His father rode trials before him, and his son, Tom Knight, a very, very good enduro rider as well, and trials rider. Whole family into motorcycling, and Juan has some holidays with his wife, Kirsty, on the road bike in Scotland as well. And I'm sure when he's got some time, he'll come and visit us in Inverness when he's doing some touring on the road bike. But the whole family steeped in motorcycling. There he goes, 205, Juan Knight from the Isle of Man. Morning, Juan. Just picking up his backpack now as he's come off the ramp. Started within his minute. He enjoys his Scottish 6 days trial, and he always puts in some really good performances. Rider 206 up on the start line is Sam Yeomans, and he's from South Shropshire on a Scorpa. He's done it 7 times before. So June's ready to go again with his backpack on. And Sam is just waiting on his minute coming up. Getting scanned a wee minute, and he'll be off for day 5 of the Scottish 6 days trial. So hopefully when you're all having your breakfast, you know who's leaving now, so that keeps you up to date. That's what we do here at the Nevis Radio. There he is, 206, Sam Yeomans. Sam started. So it's a really nice day today. The sun's shining, which is a big departure from yesterday. It's really changing the weather. So hopefully all that rain that we've had over Wednesday night into Thursday morning will have cleared now. It'll be down into the rivers and lochs round about Fort William. And it should be a wee bit drier. Mind you, the moors will have got a bit of a soaking in the last couple of days, so they'll still be quite soft. But the sections hopefully today won't be too dramatic with white water coming down. But that's just a feature of this area because there is a heavy rainfall in the west of Scotland, but the hills of Lochaber tend to cope with it very well.
They do indeed. I think, John, while we're watching the pictures of what's going on here, I think other John's got other John. We've got other Johns going on.
Yeah, we'll just transfer over to them now, if you don't mind. That'll be good. Okay, and I'll take my leave. Thank you.
I'm going to say we're inundated with Johns. Are you on? Have you turned on? Forward. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're there now. Good morning, John Hume.
Morning, John Weller.
How are you?
I'm very well,
Too many
thank
Johns.
you. Thanks for inviting me. I've had a busy week up to now, but I obviously want to come and say hello and just have a quick natter with you about a few things. So,
we see you flitting in and out all week and actually here from Saturday.
Yeah, it's a busy week, Scottish week. I have my 6:22 alarm clock, which we've just been talking about. It usually gets me up for about 6:30.
Yeah.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday I went out on a bike, compliments of Tom Adamson Motorcycles and Honda Off-Road UK. You see a different perspective, you become part of the trial, you're out in the elements. Fortunately, the weather was very good. And it's good to see a different aspect. You can sort of get in the elements and realise what the riders are going through. So, yeah, it's good.
Yeah, no, it's been magic. And one thing we've noticed is Trial Magazine is now Trials Magazine. There's been a bit of a change in the last 12 months.
There's been a huge change in the last 12 months.
One letter for us, which is knackered all the planned in.
Big letter for me. And basically, I started looking at selling the magazine titles 2 years ago. I had 2 or 3 tyre kickers. Then a really nice guy called Peter Johns from WW Magazines approached me. And we had a talk about what I wanted to do, what he wanted to do, and he'd purchased Trials and Motocross News. So his natural progression was to contact me, and we got talking. And his passion for what he does with print, social media, sort of mirrored what I wanted to do. He gave me an offer to, we actually signed it over October the 6th last year, where I would remain the editor for 3 years. I shut CJ Publishing down, sold him a license to do both magazine titles. He consolidated them into one, and we got Trials Magazine. And in hindsight, I should have sold it or let go of it earlier.
Right, yeah.
Because they've got a lovely team of people. Peter and his wife, Linda, they've given me an opportunity I could have only dreamed about in the past. And they brought to me a new design girl, Claire Davies. I've got support from a production editor, Jonathan Lee. Sarah Moss on subscriptions, and they've taken that element off me and gone forward with it and really opened the door for the magazine to grow and prosper. And it was like in the first, as soon as they took it over, transitional period was different.
Yeah.
But now, like 6 months down the line, subscriptions are up, circulation's up. They've got like 15 staff, and their corporate tool just opens doors to promote and push the magazine. So we've now got Trials Magazine, which is still 116 pages, A4, full colour gloss, but it also includes Classic Trial Magazine in the middle. And fortunately, 99% of our subscribers have enjoyed it. The new retail readers, they all agree it's a good move. So, yeah, really happy with it all.
Because some people would rather have that bit of paper in front of them than seeing it online, wouldn't they? It's just, you get the glossy pictures, it just seems more, I don't know, I wasn't talking about it, but yeah, just nice to read and look at. And a keepsake.
I keep my eye on things on social media, and I noticed some, in my opinion, a sad individual had put a post on where he put the magazines in the bin, said what a waste of paper. Well, that's one person's opinion, but what we've found is that that's just a minority.
Yeah.
The majority of trials riders want to see print publication, but also social media.
Yeah.
And because we're involved with so many people, they support what we do. You know, we're in touch with what's actually not going on and not sat behind a desk dreaming about what's going on.
Yeah.
So, yeah, all works out very good.
There's a space for everything. Yeah, that's what it's about.
It's modern life. Social media is a big part of it, as is up here. But consequently, there's nothing better than a glass of wine or a beer and a print paper on a Sunday night.
Yes, exactly. So it must have been a big decision to sort of say, right, this is what, giving up your baby, if you like, or was it quite an easy decision in the end?
It was a decision driven by, 4 years ago, I had quite a big health scare, caused a few problems, and I decided then that I wanted the magazine to continue in good hands. And I started looking around at people. I've got a few people in mind, but they just weren't the mould for what we wanted to do. And letting go of it, I've not really let go. Peter Johnson and his wife, Linda, they are John, get on with it.
Yeah.
But their expertise in what they do at WW Magazines has mirrored on me a bit as well.
Yeah.
My philosophy is I'm 63 now and you never stop learning.
Yeah.
So consequently now the magazine's got a good shelf life on it for quite a long time.
And it's giving you a bit more relaxation to what you really love.
Yeah, I mean, I love photographs. My archive, my Yumi archive, there's 400,000 pictures in there now, going back to 1957.
Are these yours, ones you collected as well from other people?
I take on average 20,000 pictes a year for the last 20 years.
Crazy.
Right.
Crazy numbers.
And I started taking photographs up here in 1976 as a 15-year-old boy. And over the years, because I've got to know people, your Barry Robinsons, Alan Vines, sadly they've passed on, and I am the owner and copyright owner of the Alan Vines collection, Malcolm Carling. I'm the custodian of the Barry Robinson collection. And I scan probably 30,000 a year of their pictures. They're massive archives.
Yes.
And what I try and do is, it's quite a controversial thing, but I'm very comfortable with it. I watermark and copyright the pictures as a mark of respect to the photographer and also at the request of the family. There's certain elements don't like me doing that. Well, hey-ho, they don't have the pictures, they didn't take them.
Yeah, no, well, I know we spoke about copyrights in this before when you're taking pictures, who owns that picture? But
I'm more than happy to provide pictures to anybody, but they must understand that they are actually the intellectual property of somebody. Yeah. But life's life sometimes.
People think it's on social media or on other platforms that it's free to get, and it's not. Doesn't work like that.
My point on it is I've spent, my wife Jane, bless her's probably listening now, if she knew how much I'd spent on buying collections of photographs.
Oh, wasn't that much, John? Wasn't that much? Wasn't that much?
She just lets me get on with it, and it's Jane supported me in everything I do, and without her, I wouldn't be sat here now. I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing. Yeah. As with every good man, there's a fantastic lady behind me.
Yeah, we just had that conversation too. So that might not be doing what I'm doing.
And Jane, fortunately, father passed away in 1994. Norman, he was an ex-Triumph Works rider, but the memory of Norman lives on. It's like talking. If you want to know about trials, talk to people who know about trials, not the tyre kickers, not the dreamers. Talk to the Sid Lampkins, people like that. And if you want to know something, you know, it's like Dougie Lampkin's very transparent. You can go and ask him about anything to do with his dad and his family. John Lampkin, Steve Saunders, Nigel Burkitt. They're the people who know what they're talking about.
Yeah, growing up, it's in their blood.
Yeah.
It's in their blood.
And it's funny, actually, coming up here year on year, you probably don't know, but Pete Edmondson sadly passed away 2 weeks ago. This is the first year I've been to Scotland since 1976 with no Pete Edmondson. Yeah. And the big problem is when they pass, the knowledge that goes with them. Yeah. You know, and it's like it is. I'm sure Michelle won't mind me saying, Michelle Wilkinson, her father's quite poorly at the moment, in a very difficult situation. But Bill Wilkinson, God, he used to love ringing him up. You ring Bill up, and he won in 1969. He was up here, you know, from his, I think it was 60 years after he won it. And it's just meeting and talking to these people. Photographic memory. Yeah, that's
absolutely. And I always think, you know, these people which have been enthusiasts and gone through it, there's always, the family don't know what to do with a lot of the stuff they've got as well, and how to sort of keep that history going. It's nice, it can be done through the photographs, through archiving
people
stuff.
Think, there's elements of people who think that I'm in it for financial gain off the photographs. a lot of these photographs I have to buy, or they're left in wills to me. If anybody wants to take the job over, scan them, copy them, put them on, come and see me.
And a lot of these photographs are on slides. I suppose you've got to convert those as well, have you?
Most of them, I've just become the custodian of the Barry Robinson collection. Barry was a fantastic guy. Miss him so much. Another mine of information. And these are all 35 million little packages.
Yeah.
And I was just explaining to Steve Saunders before, you'll scan sort of 60 pictures. I mean, they used to be in, were 36, did they come in?
Yeah.
36 exposures.
Yeah, 24, 36, yeah.
And some of them have got some cut off with 5 on. They're the treasures.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I was looking through the other day and some of John Lampkin, Steve Saunders in schoolboy days, and that's the highlight for me. But what I do at work is, and at home, I have scanners running, not 24/7, but they're running a lot. And my wife, Jane, can always tell when I'm keen, because Friday nights become in and out, in and out. But the whole archive collection, we've got a really nice publication coming out. I want to thank everybody who's supported the move from Trial and Classic Trial magazine to Trials magazine. Really appreciate that you're carrying on subscribing in retail. But we've got a really nice product coming out in the next 2 to 3 weeks. It's a bookazine, new idea that Peter John's put to me. And it's the golden era, 1965 to 1985. And I would say 85% of the pictures are uncut, never seen before. Wow. We've got another bookazine coming out for Christmas. But once again, Peter Johns, he's pushed me forward with these ideas. Peter actually likes me because I listen. That's not a big attribute of mine. But he comes up with ideas, and I look at him and think, Peter, are you sure? Yeah. And yes, obviously his industry expertise, he knows what he's doing, and that reflects on me. And he's pushed me to do this bookazine. But the big problem is going to Peter, and I have wild ideas, need to do this. John, just give me 6 titles you'd like to work with. Yeah. But I've been fortunate all the way along. We touched on Eric Kitchen, we were talking before. Yeah. Eric's 190 now, never mind 90 odd, he's about 190 because he's been around forever.
Well, I said to you, one of those names ever since I've been involved, Eric Kitchen's always been mentioned.
Oh, Eric Kitchen's an incredible guy. Him and his wife, Ellen, have been coming up here for years, but Eric's really good with support for pictures. And I must mention my good friend, Mike Rapley. Mike's another one. When I started with the publication, Charles Benhamou in France, my business partner, he said, find somebody who knows about trials. And he said, ring Mike Rapley up, right, okay. And Mike's another one, really good photographer, mind of information on the sport, and most importantly, always willing to help, which, you know, I can't thank them sort of people enough. And there's other people behind the scenes who, you know, contact us over getting pictures in print. Quite a big inspiration for me, that.
Yeah. No, so I say 5 years was a wake-up call, and it has sort of changed you out. You look a lot more relaxed now, I must be honest. You used to be really stressed walking around, and you was always jittery in a way. You've chilled out a bit.
I really want to do and provide a good job, provide a good service, do a good job, reciprocated off the people who support what we do. Michelin, once again, they're more than happy to get involved with Nevis Radio and to bring to the Scottish 6 Days trial what we need. Sandy Mack, how do you replace Sandy Mack? Another fantastic guy, brought so much. New Clerk, of course, David Dignam. They're just really good people. You've got Kirsten looking after the Secretary of the Meetings role. And to bring this together year on year in a difficult world, I applaud them. And thank Edinburgh and District Motorcycle Club.
We turn up, we're now involved with the trials. It's probably this 1 week, but obviously we've got months of planning behind that. But then to work out what actually goes behind the scenes in the admin and land ownership and everything else like that, is something which the general person listening or watching us now wouldn't understand.
I always laugh when it comes to logistics with Sandy Mack. and what I like is all the Army boys are really frightened of Sandy Mack. Yeah. Not through...
I'm frightened of Sandy Mack.
Yeah, not through fear. It's more out of respect. Yeah. What he's brought to motorcycle sport in Scotland, nobody can thank enough. And it's the same old story when it comes to the logistics of the fuel support. I know Sandy and David Clark, of course, work close together and bring it all together. Yeah. Good job.
No, it's a great network. And I always say, I know it sounds corny, but it's the family. You come up here and I don't see people from year to year, but they, hey, John, how are you doing? I struggle with names and they still remember me. I don't know why. But it's an amazing thing. I just love it.
Well, it's like we obviously eat in Fort William. Even the townsfolk, everybody gets involved. Yeah. I flagged a policeman down on a motorcycle the other day, and I think he thought, here we go. And I gave him a couple of goodies because them lads come up here year on year. Yeah. Yes, I know it's a job, but they do it well. Yeah. They really do.
It's not an easy job.
Not at all.
None of this is an easy job. Even riding the trials, it's not an easy job.
everybody involved with the trial will have a smile on their face at some time during the event. And for me, that's what it's all about.
And the odd tear.
Trust me, there's a few tears. What is good to see is these new Scottish riders coming, this breed of you, Duncan McCall, Jamie Galloway, people like that. And there's a really nice cracking lad riding round on a 125 TRS, Charlie McDonald, 17.
Yeah.
He's green like you wouldn't believe, but really enjoying himself.
You've got to learn somewhere.
And this year, you've got lads on 125 machines, Alfie Lampkin, Harry Hemingway, Jamie Galloway. Harry Turner's putting up a good show on 125 Sherco. But this year, I really don't want to see Dougie Lampkin get beat.
No, he's getting glued.
But
my money's on Dougie, unfortunately.
Doug's not 21 anymore.
No.
But that chin's still coming out and them elbows have been flexed, so he's not going to go down without a fight.
Well, we've got 2 minutes left, and also I want to thank you for your involvement. You've been involved with Nevis Radio since I've been here. You've always been out and around, and the sponsorship and the deals with Michelin.
It's a pleasure, and it's something we enjoy. I speak to Michelin, obviously, about budgets every year, and the Nevis Radio was such an easy sell. I mean, 675,000 listeners, 120 countries.
Yeah.
Excuse me, when I wanted the spiel to run off, it can do.
Yeah.
Thanks Stuart Dozy, Natalie Hill, Andy James. Excuse me, been really good to us over the years.
Yeah, definite. Nice mug. Nice mug.
Just mention Nevis Radio mug. If you want any merchandise, I'm sure John will come down and take your
Gallery
cash
in the
off you.
fort. Gallery in the fort.
But before I close, I would like to thank all the support we get off everybody up here. Obviously, Nevis Radio, Edinburgh District Motorcycle Club. I'd like to thank them for the privilege of going out on the course on a motorcycle. Once again, Tom Adamson Motorcycles up at Inverness. And I must mention Marty Murphy and Gavin Cairns for the support they've given me. So really appreciate that. Don't forget Levin Holmes and Gavin Cairns, Rough Castings. Really good people.
And don't forget Jane.
Can't forget Jane. Jane will be listening now, don't you dare. Without Jane, there'd be nothing happening in my world, trust me. Behind every good man, there's a fantastic lady.
You said that twice now.
I know.
Are you guilty for something?
Got it, yeah. I've not been up to no good, trust me. I have had a sneaky pint in Wetherspoons walking back, but I don't think she's worked that one out yet.
You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to do that. As always, a pleasure.
Lovely.
We'll be back after the 8 o'clock news with hour 2 of day 6. Well, yeah, day 5. Day 5. And it is Nevis Radio, your local station broadcasting right around the world and further afield.
From 96.6 to 102.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, cool and look smooth. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure, from historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth a breathtaking world right here in Lochaber.
That was a busy half hour.
Yeah, well, I was having a bit of a panic with Dan. It's like, I didn't realise that was the time.
Yes. I was watching the time, and I thought, hello, we've got David Dignam. He's in the wings as well, so he's going to be coming across very shortly for a chat.
Okay.
I'll find out what's happening with him. And John Moffat, you are back into the seat.
Yeah, have I missed the news?
You missed the news?
Yeah, I wasn't listening there. I was busy chatting and chatting to the...
I'll give you a quick roundup. Something about the economy, something about something else. There you go.
We've still got the same First Minister at the moment?
Well, we've got a new one, so yeah, probably.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I don't know. It moves around so quickly, these political people these days.
Yeah, it's all change all the time. And no, I was just having a quick word with the clerk of the course, and we were talking about the wet burns yesterday.
Wet burns?
Yeah, quite intriguing. And they were talking about the level of water at WDs. And as I said, well, there's nothing new about this. And he said, what do you mean? I said, well, if you look at the pictures in 1977, Bernie Shriver going up Camp, which was a section back in those days, and it was very similar to what we saw in the videos last night of WDs. And yeah, was there a need to scrub the section or not? That's the big debate. And well, half the entry was already through. So it's a very difficult call at the end of the day whether to say that it is a section rideable or not. And of course, later on in the day, that water level would start to creep down, and yeah, it makes a big change. I mean, Stuart Blythe, one of the observers on the early sections yesterday, he took a photograph of the section when he arrived there, and it was white water. The burn was maybe not so much in spate, but it was a lot of water coming down. And then he showed us a video of Tom Hick, one of the last men through, and it was just a trickle.
Yeah.
It was incredible how that section had changed during the day, and it's just basically the water venting off the hillsides, coming down the streams into the various lochs out there, and yeah, quite interesting. That would be Loch Isler it would be venting into at that point at WDs. So yeah, it was a bit of a challenging day for everybody, a hard day and a very wet day, but totally different this morning.
Yes.
The mist has now cleared off Loch Linney, almost.
Just
it's
a
almost
lovely
gone.
low-lying mist.
Yeah, and the sun's out, or coming out, and it's a bright day here, and you can see the hills, and they're looking absolutely tremendous. It's when you get scenery like this up in Loch Harbour, this is holiday time,
It
isn't
was
it?
very buoyant. Everybody seems chipper and happy and getting on with
Yeah,
stuff.
well, obviously that's the mood of the Parc Ferme this morning. Everybody seems quite excited about their run because they know it's not going to be wet, and hopefully tomorrow again, we reckon around about 21 degrees thereabouts.
nice.
The maximum temperature today is going to be 21 according to your weather report earlier
Looking
this
forward
morning.
to it. Looking forward to that very much. Last day,
Certainly
nice,
am.
bright, cheerful day. Your team here, I'll do the full team. I'm John Weller, John Moff here. We've got Robbie out on the camera, Dan the man in the van, and Simon back at the studio. Now, you want to get in contact with us, there's many ways you can get in contact with us and be involved.
Yeah, they are. Contact studio 01397 706 100. Also, send us a WhatsApp, same number 01397 706 100. If you're overseas, +44, drop the 0. And you can email us at studio@nevisradio.co.uk. You can get us on Facebook at Nevis Radio Official. And you can find our live chat on YouTube at Nevis Radio as well. Just type that in, just click the live link that pops up, and you can watch exactly what you're doing down in live in Parc Ferme.
It sounds like you've been eating a bit of chocolate or a biscuit or something.
Well, no, I was actually on the phone to Dan just as you're doing that. I was like, "Need to go bite."
Oh, that's the way it is. Well, I tell you what, we need to do the weather. We need to do that tune for John we didn't play in the last hour.
Yeah, got Jumping Jack Flash lined up for that.
And then we'll come back and we'll either do the results. We haven't done that yet. They're through now, so we'll have a look at the results as well and get back on track and get out, maybe chat to a couple of riders or even observers, see where it goes.
You've also got David Dignam waiting there for you
And
as well.
David Dignam, he's around the corner. He's going to come round in about 5 minutes' time.
Cool, right, we'll better get on with it then.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
There's going to be a bit of a high around early, but otherwise a mainly dry and warm day with hazy sunshine. Thickening cloud bringing the chance of some light rain to the Western Isles. Your maximum high across Loch Harbour, 21 degrees centigrade, 70 Fahrenheit. Tonight it's going to be a mild night with clear periods and a light breeze for most of us. Cloudy and breezy but dry over the Western Isles, and just dropping down to 8 degrees centigrade, 46 Fahrenheit.
On Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
We have to offer right here in Loch Harbour.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth a breathtaking world right here in Lochaber.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth a breathtaking world right here in Lochaber.
Never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience
Of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Day 5, that was a frantic first hour, I've got to be honest. There's lots of stuff happening, which is quite cool and good to be doing.
Busy, busy, busy.
Busy, busy, busy.
Yeah,
The
we
old,
saw some of the riders leaving the Parc Ferme this morning, and it was quite interesting to see the antics that they get up to, and they roll the bikes down the ramp. And of course, the start marshals are their remit is to watch the bikes starting within their minute. And
jump starting down the ramp.
well, they weren't actually even doing that. They were going to kickstart them as they rolled off the ramp, but they're supposed to start them up in front of the officials so that they can see. But anyway, they overcame it. We just said stop, and then they were watching them start them. Right, okay, fine, you're away, and got your bike started in time. That's the main thing. But you would think after 4 days they'd know when they're pushing up onto the ramp that you have to start it up there. So anyway, that was quite interesting.
Say day 1 or even day 2 you could accept, but not day 5.
Day 5.
Yeah, I'm
pushing it a bit, isn't it?
I'm sorry, boys and girls.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try and catch up with Emma at some point, talk about how she's doing.
Yeah, Emma Bristow.
We've got other riders coming in. We'll try and catch up with a few of those. We've got some we're going to try and do. But right now we thought we'd have a look at the results. Is that correct?
Yeah, we'll have a look at the results.
There's been a bit of big changes.
A few changes going around, yeah, but for Thursday that was day 4. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, that's right, day 4 of the Scottish 6 Days Trial 2024. And the Scottish riders, still the same leader, Gary MacDonald on 33 marks, Jamie Galloway just behind him there. He had a lower score yesterday, did Jamie. He only dropped 8 marks, and he's on 34 marks. Ben Dignan, he's on 55, he's in 3rd position. Duncan McCall from Les Mahago, he's in 4th position on 60. Then you have Malcolm Summers riding under the Army, he's in 5th position in 116. Callum Murphy from Glencoe, he's on 117 marks. Lewis Byron from Milton Campsie in 7th position on 154. Bob Weir in 8th position on 174. And Alan Ian McMaster, local lad for Fort William, in 9th position on 189. Followed by Danny Lamont from Inverness, he's in 10th position on 192. Now, if we can just get the page open at the right bit, page 1, we have the provisional results on the Thursday, the 4th of May. Sorry, Thursday, the 4th day of the Scottish 6 Days, not the 4th of May. Leader at the moment is Jack Price on the Vertigo. He's on 17 marks, 2 marks ahead of 2nd place man Jack Peace, who's on 19. His brother Dan Peace is in 3rd position on 20. Harry Hemingway doing very well this week, 20 marks lost in 4th position. Toby Martin finding the Scottish a bit difficult for him, being a World Championship rider, and his head I think is still in the hop and stop brigade. It's in 5th position on 24. Richard Sadler in 6th position on 25 from Leyburn, North Yorkshire. Michael Brown from Scarborough in 7th position on 29, I think that is. Dan Thorpe in 8th position on 32, and Dougie Lampkin in 9th position on 33. And Gary MacDonald, the leader of the Scots there, 10th position in 33. Dougie Lampkin had a difficult time in the WDs yesterday when the water level was really high, and fair play to him. He was struggling to keep that bike moving, and there was a lot of comments on social media last night about that. Was it a 5? Was it a 3? What would the observer give him? And I'm thinking, well, you know, it was a big effort by a former world champion and 14 times Scottish 6 Days trial winner, and he kept pushing and pushing that vertigo to try and keep that thing moving. Fair play to him for doing that. But
I've got to say, see a guy of his calibre and skill, then every bit of muscle was going into trying to keep that bike moving.
He was struggling badly, but it was he was determined. He was slipping all over the place. He couldn't get purchased with his boots to push the bike.
Yeah.
And
I watched it about 6 times. I thought, my goodness, how he's even doing what he's doing.
Yeah, big effort. But at the end of the day, if you asked my opinion, if I had been observing at that point, standing beside it, I would have said, well, it's stopped now, so it's a 5. And certainly looking at the scores from that particular section yesterday, I think it was Group G1 and 2. He's been awarded a 5 for the first one and a 3 for the second one, going by that score sheet, I think it is. Yeah, nice. 5 and a 3. So yeah, that sort of puts the thing to rest. I think that it was a 5 and a 3 scored for that particular two-section group out there. WDs, very, very tough. And as I said earlier in the programme, I was speaking to my son who'd come off the hill, and he said, "Oh, you would have seen the WDs. Did you see it?" I said, "No, I just drove past it slowly, but because the police rider was moving traffic on, I wasn't going to stop there."
If people are wondering where WD is, whereabouts is it? Where we are?
It's at the side of Loch Eilert.
Yeah.
It's just before the entrance, a little bit before the entrance to the Old Devil's Staircase.
People don't know where the Old Devil's Staircase is.
And it's on the side of Loch Eilert.
Go for that.
Yeah, and it used to be called the Coffin Road, and it was the road round where ponies and everything used to take stuff in and out of there, and the road wasn't built in 1966, so it's just at the side of the road, and you can see the section and the entrance to the section from as you drive past, and it did look a lot of water coming out of it, I must admit, but I didn't realise.
What time was Dougie there? Can you remember what time that day that would have been? Because it must be mid-morning, I imagine.
Yeah, it probably was mid-morning, and they say that at the very end it started to reduce a little bit. But it was just one of these white water situations where it was just a torrent of water coming down the hill all the time, and there was no respite at all, and you couldn't see the rocks. That was part of the problem. You couldn't actually see what you were actually going on top of, and he just pushed and pushed and pushed, and fair play to him. And if somebody, as you say, the calibre of Dougie Lampkin was struggling, then you can imagine what it was like for the clubman to go up such a stream. So it was a big challenge there. And then of course there's always the downside of that. Once you've pushed your bike through all that amount, that volume of water, the chances are you've taken some water into the motorcycle. But I was speaking to A.G. Brown of A.G. Bikes who service the Shercos, and he said it's incredible how different bikes, the same models, one had a load of water in it, another was completely dry. It just depends on, where you were in the section, how deep it got, and whether your bike sucked the water into the machine itself. So it was a difficult day yesterday, and it's dropped him down into 9th position at this point, which is
he's getting quite close to his boy Alfie, isn't he? The gap's closing between those two now. He's
well, it is. Alfie's lying at 27. And it's quite a good performance as well. He's been in the 60s, so he's double his father's score. But Dougie will not be happy with that, because obviously being a 14 times winner, he want to make this number 15. He's just a wee bit back, and to claw the marks back is going to be a real days. But this is the thing now. There's not exactly 30 sections per day to allow you to do that, to make it an easy counting thing. So it'll be interesting to see what we're like on after the Saturday's run, once the final results come out.
Have to wait and see. Well, I don't know where David's gone. David Dignam is going to come in for a chat. Well, I know we're getting close to local news around about 8:30, and thought that David Sedgwick, he's going to come down here live, I believe, today. Is that correct?
I believe so.
I think it's the plan on a Friday. Lots of noise behind us, lots of bikes really trying to clear the engine there, it seems to be. So would that be from yesterday?
Could be.
Or they just annoying me?
Yeah, there was a lot of bikes coming in last night, and they were giving them a few revs as they come into the car park area, the service area, I should say. And it was really because of the fact they had been taking on water all day. Some of the bikes were running a wee bit lumpy, so they were getting them trying to clear them out, blowing through the airbox with a compressed air, etc. And just making sure they were okay for today's run, hopefully.
I saw it an email. Have we dealt with that email from Joan Westbrook?
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Okay, now I saw it on there, left on there. I didn't know it was for any reason. I can't remember talking about that.
No, we did.
All right, and so people come through media. I saw my grandson Jacob have been on there again, chatting to you.
Yep.
Yeah, he's been busy on the old live feed. See, people can chat away. All they've got to do is log into YouTube for that one.
Yeah, so wherever you're listening, give a name check to somebody. Maybe one of your schoolmates, if you're listening at school, you should be studying hard at school, not listening to the Scottish 6 Days trial.
Is it prelim time, is it? Or is it actual
no.
hires and O-levels and whatever they call them now?
They've got different names now.
I'm just a granddad. I just do what grandson says. It's that.
It was O-levels, hires and 6-year studies in my day, but
We
I think
never
they've
had
changed it to
hires.
standard grades.
Oh, no, that's gone as well. I think it's National 5 and National 6 now.
Oh, there you are then. I wouldn't
think.
have a clue now. But there again, being a retired gentleman, I don't have to know these things, do I? Really?
We should have more time to study what it's all about.
No, I'm doing my own thing now. It's great.
Your own thing.
I was born to retire.
Were you?
Aye, definitely. Absolutely right. I was born to do that. I found a vocation in life.
Yeah, radio presenter maybe.
Well, let's give that a go.
Guest radio presenter.
Nothing to do with trials, just an evening with a mobster.
He wants to come in and do a show, so I said, talk to us.
Most welcome.
It'll be sponsored by Trials Guru, of course.
That's fine. We can arrange a commercial agreement for
Yes,
that.
he sponsors money. You used the wrong word. You could have done it for free, but now you're talking about money.
No, I'm quite prepared to shell out a few bits of bobbies and have it the independent trials website, the font of all knowledge. Not me, the website. I never ever take credit for the fact of other people's work, because we do have a lot of articles in there by other people.
Which font do you use on your website? Have you got a favourite font?
Just whatever the provider provides. I don't change the font.
Do
I
you
don't
not?
think.
You don't have a standardised font across your website?
Well, yeah, there is a standardised font, but I don't set it up. My friend Heath Brindley, he set the website up for me originally as trialsguru.com, and then I bought trialsguru.net, so we're on the two into one, and it makes it easier for people to find. So when it comes to setting the thing together and putting the articles on, I do a lot of copying and pasting from Word document onto that to push it forward. And we're just about to take on a whole lot of new photographs from private individuals who have, it was a bit like Ian Laurie. He was really the start of it. Ian had been taking pictures since 1977, and they were basically never seen by anybody but Ian, or maybe some of the riders. And it goes way back to the days of Ali McGilvery riding a Sherpa in the early days of his career, and local trials in Lochaber, and of course the Scottish 6 Days trial. And I can't remember exactly how I saw them. I think it was on social media, on Facebook, I think. And I thought, these are good pictures. So I got in touch with Ian. Turns out he knew a lot of people that I knew down in the Kinlochleven and Glencoe area. And we got chatting, and I said, look, how about we set aside a page for some of your pictures? He said, well, fun enough, my wife has been asking me for years, what am I going to do with all these pictures? Yeah. And he said, well, maybe one day when I'm past this life, somebody will come across them, put them on a website, etc., etc. And I said, well, why don't we just do it? And Ian has given me lots and lots of pictures. I just need to ask him, and he gives them. And there's nothing commercial at all involved in it, because he's a private individual and just took pictures for his own enjoyment. Now they're enjoyed by literally thousands of people. I mean, I wouldn't like to say how many people look at Trials Guru. I do get statistics, but every day there's about 1,000 or 1,200 people looking at it, and there seem to be different people that keep looking, and then folk dip in and out of it all the time, and it covers the world. I mean, it does actually tell you who's been looking in the morning from USA, and of course it's time scales, isn't it? That, so the Americans look at it in the middle of our night time, and the British look at it in daylight, or up to early evening, and then you get the Japanese coming in, and what do you call it? Not the volume. What am I saying? The British language. The language I'm trying to say is Japanese don't read English, do they? Unless they actually read English. But they look at the pictures.
Japanese,
they look at the pictures, and then they must be able to translate it with the website. So that tends to how it works. But I mean, I'm not a technical boffin. I mean, Heath helps me out from time to time, points me in the right direction, keeps things right. And people get a lot of fun out of it, and that's why it's Trials Guru, dedicated to the sport. I see actually Aqueduct Classics have adopted that as well.
Right,
They're dedicated to the sport now. But my stickers are away over in America and Japan and you name it. It's all over the world. And next year I'm going to do a little bit more promotion just to keep people right, and I'll be sending out little parcels all over the world to people as little presents who have helped me in the past, and that'll be happening probably towards the end of the year. So that's it. Just in my retirement, I'm able to actually devote a bit more time to it, cut out a lot of things. I don't write anymore for anybody else, and I just put stuff on the website, and it's more an academy. Yeah, it's more a functionality now. It's not reporting on individual events. It might cover a couple of things, and unfortunately the sad bit is there's a lot of obituaries going on now, because a lot of the elderly riders are now passing away, and it's nice to just give them a wee bit of respect and tribute. So the latest one was Pete Edmondson, who used to have a stall up here selling bits and pieces, and Pete Edmondson's son Derek, very, very good trials rider and an exceptionally good enduro rider, represented Great Britain, and his son, of course, Paul Edmondson, a world enduro champion and a good trials rider as well. Pete just died a couple of weeks ago, and he was on trial, and a respect thing went on Trials Guru.
Very good
indeed. We've got a guest coming in.
Well, we're doing local news now. Yeah, local news now, so I'm going to pass back over to you. We'll get sorted out with David Dignan, hopefully before David Sedgwick gets. We've got lots of Johns and Davids before David Sedgwick gets.
I know, other names would be nice, but anyway, we'll go with it.
There's only one Simon.
From 96 points.
First phase. Governor Bill Loban said that the plan would help create jobs and prosperity across the region. Schools identified for investment included schools in Bewley, Charleston, Dunvegan, Fortrose and also Inverness. The local authority said it would pay for the plan by borrowing money for using 2% from the revenue it collects through council tax. The Highlands has the longest road network in the UK, with more than 4,200 miles of roads, in excess of 1,000 miles of footpaths and 2,200 bridges and culverts. Almost 70 or more of its 200 schools have been rated to be in a poor condition, and 74 rated of being poor suitability. Also today, one of the most common types of mosquito has been identified for the first time in various locations across Scotland, according to researchers at the University of Glasgow. They found 16 types of mosquito in Scotland, including Culex pippins, which is prevalent in the North and South America and also parts of Europe, along with some parts of Asia and North Africa. Professor Heather Ferguson, who has been leading the study, said they were surprised to find the insects in all corners of the country. She warned that warmer temperatures could also lead to larger numbers of mosquitoes, including ones from areas where they can also transmit disease. While Scots have been long pestered by swarms of midges, which thrive in the warm and wet conditions of the Scottish summer, there's been little knowledge about how widespread mosquitoes are north of the border. Mosquitoes are larger than midges and have a proboscis which they can suck blood from. This means that they are feared across the world as the carriers of deadly diseases such as dengue and Zika. The World Health Organization, which estimates more than 219 million people who contracted malaria from mosquitoes each year globally, resulting in 400,000 deaths. Experts, however, have stressed that this type of mosquito found in the UK, the type of mosquito which carries malaria, is unlikely to be found in the UK anytime soon, although an early warning system is important. There you go, no malaria for us. And that is all the news we have for you today. We'll have some national news for you within the hour.
Scottish 6-day trial.
Yeah, we are cutting off very short. We'll get our song back on very shortly, but right now we've got a gentleman in Parc, Ferme, Mr. David Dignam, clerk of the course. I know he's got a dash off, so we're going to have a chat now.
Yeah, David, good morning to you.
Morning, John. Morning, everybody.
And how things going? We're now into day 5. It's getting near the end of the week now. It's incredible how quick it goes.
It is day 5 because I'm feeling tired now.
I know.
We're nearly there. Yep. Day 5, traditional sort of first day round into Kinlochleven, Altnafay, Bauhaus, Chairlift, round into Callader. Gorton. Yeah.
Place I've never been.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's a good section.
It's a really nice. There's sort of medium, sort of easier section at the bottom, but there is a kind of a nice middle section in there.
And I think it's a drivable road in there, is it?
No, well, it's usual estate tracks.
Yeah.
On there. So, but yeah, no, everything's there. Yesterday was all back on yesterday, so it was a bit of a game of two halves yesterday, unfortunately, with the weather. Yesterday morning over in the higher area, so the burns were rather in spate.
They were
on that. So
different day to day, though.
Yeah, different day to day, and and again, we've got to be conscious of the boys in the market, on that with these high burns. So yeah, that was unfortunate.
Do you think a lot of the water will have been down last night, yesterday, in the area you're covering today, which is more Kinlochleven and down to Glencoe area, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean there was, although there was quite high water in the Highland area yesterday, it wasn't here, and it was only drizzle on here, so it was slightly a game of two, even from the weather point of view. But yeah, no. Yesterday was, there was high scoring going on yesterday. We can see that, and that was, there's no intentional stuff on there. The water played a huge part of it on the early guys.
Yeah.
That's the mix of the Scottish. Unfortunately, I can't control the weather.
Nope.
None
of us can.
No, absolutely. And yeah, look, at the end of the day, we don't get everything right of it all the time. And certainly yesterday there were some sections that were, slightly at the point of being, sort of taken out or whatever.
Yeah.
But it is what it is, and we got on, and we look forward, and we had a couple of new groups yesterday, so I think they were all received well. I didn't hear any, from a
feedback point of view.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, look, I mean, you take it on one side, you've got to take it on the other side as well, and for riders to go around in 20, that's slightly unusual.
Yeah, that's right.
The top riders. So,
but there again, with Bernie Schreiber, I had him on yesterday. He won the trial in 1982 in 105 marks, so we're not anywhere near that yet, are we?
No, and we don't want to be anywhere near that. To be fair,
but then would it matter, because it's all relative? If a winner wins 105, the last man comes in at about 1,000 or whatever, isn't it?
That's not where we want to be.
No,
because
we've moved on from there.
We absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's one thing looking after the top 100 or the top 50, but I have to look at the rest of the field.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, that's what makes the trial up, as we all know.
Yeah.
And the clubman is the backbone.
It's a customer base
of the trial.
Yeah, it is.
Without the clubman,
it's like a triangle. I've explained it as the top riders at the top, the bottom riders actually support it, because without them you wouldn't have the volume to actually run the event. But it does need to be done the way it is. Yeah.
And again, it's geared around trying to cope, but cater for everybody,
Yeah.
and that's
very difficult job to do as well. That's the thing.
No. Again, it's just about communication on the day, and trying to kind of improve these things, and as I say. But no, over the piece, yep, on there, and hopefully today the sun is back out again.
Yeah. Any advice for people going out today? Because obviously there's some sections that are accessible. Schleich isn't, but there's other ones like Bauhaus, Chairlift, Ferse, obviously. Anything to do with parking or? So
today, as I said yesterday, that the high road is closed into Kinlochleven, so remember that. So it's low road in and out. From there, we've got Corrie here in the back, really for spectators who want to have a walk up through into there.
Yeah.
Other than, and it's Chairlift Bauhaus as we normally have it. Really, Gorton is sort of too far to walk in to get back out again. Our main spectators stage today is Ferset, so we've got 5 sections up there.
Park sensibly.
Park sensibly in front of Jim Mackenzie's house, please.
Yeah.
Or he'll be out giving you a hard time on there. Through Geordie Nairn's farm steadings, again, you know, the dogs on leads, everything up onto there.
It's still lambing time, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. Well, you know, whether there's lambs there or not,
Got to keep the dogs under
it is
control.
courtesy,
Yeah.
you know, regardless of that. And Geordie's always been very accommodating.
I must
People
admit,
come through.
we've got a dog down with us this year. My son's got a dog, a black lab. It's always in the lead, and I've not seen any dogs off leads any time we've been out and about. Generally, they're all on leads, which is the way to do it, and it keeps it right.
We've been up in Ferme for a good number of years, so I know that we have 80 newcomers, that's what I keep calling it.
Yeah.
So again, it's education on that side as well. So yeah, look, no, Ferme is the main area today for that, and yeah, hopefully we can get a good showing up there.
Aye, great.
You know, if you go up there should be 2 relatively harder sections on each burn, with the last one.
It's a good walk up first. For those that have not been before, it's about takes an hour to get up.
And there
doesn't
should
it?
be a good mix for the clubmen and the top boys on there, so that's deliberately set out for that. But yeah, no, other than that, be safe, you know, the usual courtesy in and around the area. As I say, the traffic's on there, and then Friday is, you know, that's us. We're nearly there.
That's it, good.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, I know you've got places to go and people
thank
to
you.
speak to today, so we won't hold you back too long. We'll be going on to Thought for the Day with David Sedgwick, the well-known
I seen his lordship there
Lordship's
just
here.
packing
Has
in
he ever
there,
watched
just-
on you, Davy?
I can't say he has. No. I'm usually in the A&E side of it, just in and out and kind of stuff, you know. That's the way to go. Obviously, we try and avoid that side of it.
So you've not had a service by David Sedgwick then?
You know,
John Weller has.
I'll be touch wood here. He was his best.
Well,
That's
he's retired
obviously
now.
what,
He's retired now.
Yeah,
so-
but he's obviously
But he
still
keeps
got
his
the
hand in.
He's still got the golden eye over it.
He's
He's already on the gloves.
He's
so,
got to give you a free
know,
service.
Yes, exactly. I think we'll finish at that note. I'm saying good morning to you all, and you guys have a good day.
Yeah, thanks, David.
Sorry,
And
thank you very
crack the
much.
course, the
Bye-bye.
2024 Scottish 6 Days, and remember and take your phone with you, David, otherwise you'll be non-contactable. Thanks very much indeed.
Well, I'll just make some scones.
Here we go. You're going to get one thrown at you.
There you are.
Oh, that's all happening, isn't it?
It is.
My goodness.
He's getting himself sorted out there.
I tell you what, do you want to go to that tune, then come back to us? We'll finish that tune off. Come back.
Well, you all play Solaro again. Well,
Yeah.
while we're doing that, I've had a message from a guy called Tony.
Yep.
You mentioned earlier on Jack Price riding a vertical. Apparently, he's actually on a Sherco.
Oh, sorry. Jack Price?
Yeah.
Is he? All right.
Yeah, there might be a wee mistake in there somewhere, but apparently
Sorry,
he's on a
he was
Sherco.
riding the Vertigo for some time, so probably that's what got into my head. So I apologise to Sherco motorcycles if I've misinterpreted what Jack Price is actually riding this year. But there we have it. We can all make mistakes.
That's all good. There's some eagle-eyed people listening and watching. which we
I've
like.
made a few.
That's
I've
what
made
it's
a
about.
few.
That's indeed.
Happy
Right.
to be stand
We're having
corrected.
food thrown in front of us.
You
Mr.
do that.
Yeah.
I'll play Solardo, and then we should be back on track.
Perfect.
Cool.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we cool and look smooth. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder.
Indeed, I'll tell you what, we're deep in cheese scones at the moment through to Dave Cedric's fine hands. They're lovely.
I thought you might be.
I've not started mine yet.
He's waiting for a cup of tea. That's the
coming.
next run, the full breakfast run down at the Great Glen Grub Hub. But Mr. Cedric, do you want to come round this way? Probably, yep. Yeah, I'll come round. Probably makes sense. I was very formal there, Mr. Cedric. Thank you very much. The rubber gloves are off now. Yeah. Are you on? Are you pushed on? It's all right. Just checking. Forward. Right forward. That one. Yes, you go. There you go.
We're on. Good.
You're live and exclusive on Nevis Radio, your community station right here in the heart of the Highlands.
It's wonderful to be part of it, actually, and sitting here looking out over the loch is just fantastic.
It's not a bad office, is it?
It's a brilliant office, absolutely amazing. I mean, I used to love my office because I could actually see up onto Glenloy and things in the hospital when I was working in there and sitting dictating letters and things.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you come down with goodies. Thank you very much for that.
Well, that's right. Yeah, I was actually coached by my my good lady wife who puts up with a lot of things, and I thought I'll make something that's not too sweet, and so we made cheese scones this morning. Good. That's the first time I've ever made them.
Oh,
but
keep going.
She's a good tutor, is Frances. A good tutor.
Keep going. And in your bag, you had a big banner too.
I've got a big banner. Absolutely. Yeah, that banner is one which is Back the Belford Build, and it says, "Have you written yet?" And this is really important for all the people that are using the Belford and living in this area, that we need to actually write to the Cabinet Secretary for Health, Neil Gray, or to the chairperson of NHS Highland, Sarah Compton Bishop, up in Inverness, to say we need to have a new hospital here. We've been promised it over 30 years ago, and it's not arrived yet, and we've unfortunately had the rug pulled from underneath us because the capital bills have been suspended at the moment. However, we are going down with our MSP, who's now the Deputy First Minister. Congratulations, Kate, on doing that. We're going to meet with her and Neil Gray on Tuesday, a group of us, John Hutchison, Mike Foxley, Tricia Jordan and John Gillespie and myself.
Okay.
And to explain the situation and try and see if we can at least get a bit of money to be able to get the design
next stage
finished. Yeah, and then it's ready to be shovel ready.
Because it's very close to being completed, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we were actually seeing the 1 in 250 scale model of the hospital in December.
I got to say, you're very excited about it because you thought, yes, this is it. We're getting so close.
I know, and the staff were as well, and it's just been so difficult. And the trouble is that they're going to now have difficulties in the hospital because things will break down and keep going wrong. And
well, it's been patched because on the promise of this coming ahead, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they do an amazing job in there. And John was saying earlier on in the week about how he said it looks...
Yeah, first impressions.
Yeah, where, on the outside, doesn't look that great. Inside, they're doing a great job looking after the place, but it really is patching it up and, shuffling things around inside. It's not right the way it is.
So if people want to write these letters, is there like a template? Is there
so there's a QR code on these posters. On these banners, you can zap the QR code. If you can't do that, then there actually are the email addresses there, or you write to the people at Scottish Parliament or at Assynt House in Inverness for the NHS Highland address. So there's, and also there's, I mean, it's great that Lochaber Times had an article on it as well yesterday, on encouraging people to write and to get on with it.
I think the whole town's got to be behind it. I mean, this time of year, I think it proves how important we have up-to-date facilities and facilities which can cope.
And well, that's right. And also when you have businesses wanting to invest in the place and bring their workers in, the workers are going to ask, well, what's the healthcare facilities like? and also we're at the outdoor capital of the UK, so we have all these people getting involved in these adrenaline-rich sports, coming here, doing all sorts of things, and then getting injured. And they need somewhere immediately to be able to be seen, assessed, decide whether they can stay here or whether they need to be transferred somewhere else.
Absolutely. I wouldn't knock the Belford. The Belford is a fantastic place, and as I say, staff and everybody working there. Whenever we've had family issues, whatever's been going on, and we've known they've always got treated, it's prioritised, and even long stay, the care that people get is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real it was a privilege for me to work there for 21 years. It was very special. Came up from Edinburgh, and it was fantastic.
That must be a big change coming from quite a fairly big hospital in Edinburgh to a smallish town, not knocking Fortnum at all.
No.
On the map, it's a small town.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
The difference in
absolutely. It was a huge difference. But I was brought up in a small town in Cumbria.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And so I know what small towns are like. I know that everybody knows your business, even before you've even thought of it. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing in the sense that people know you. It puts a pressure on you as a professional person, because you want to make sure that you get your decisions right, because you're going to meet them or their relatives in the high street or at a shinty match or at a gig or whatever. And it's
more than a patient number, isn't it? It's much more than that.
And I mean, my clinics used to go on because I used to end up talking about the heifers and the lambs and things and what have you with the crofters and things, which was always good fun.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
We've been doing Thought for the Day each and every week. Now, you're part of the Mustard Seed Church, is that correct?
It is, yeah. So it's an interdenominational church that meets in Kilmally Hall every Sunday at 11 o'clock. Well, 11 West Highland time, so it doesn't always start bang on 11. But, yeah, we meet together, we support each other. It's a really supportive community. And it's, well, I mean, I think all the churches in Fort William are actually very supportive of people here, actually, and it's great to have people from each of the different churches coming and doing Thought for the Day, and it's a real privilege for us to be able to do that, actually.
Well, I know you and Morag sort of the centre part of that, sort of pull people together, make sure there is a diary as such going forward.
That's right. Yep,
so
absolutely.
thanks for doing that for us
on
Nevis Radio
too.
too.
No, we're delighted to do it, actually. Absolutely brilliant.
Right.
Absolutely brilliant.
Have you got your script?
I have, yeah. I'll just get
you've left it over here somewhere, haven't you?
Here we go. Right.
Oh, dear.
Great.
Here we go.
We're sorted. Okay. Good morning, Simon, John, and good morning to all the listeners. This week I'm sharing some thoughts on walks in the Bible. Today's walk is describing two people walking from Jerusalem to Emmaus, a village about 7.5 miles away, when they're joined by someone who walks along with them and they don't recognize him. Later today I'm planning to go to Ferme, and on the walk from the road to the sections I often meet people and fall into conversation with them. I've no idea who they are. They could be a supporting family member or a friend. They may be an interested observer. They might even be a previous rider or champion. It usually becomes clear in the conversation who they are and why they're there, and we pass the time of the climb up to the sections. So in today's biblical walk, two of Jesus' disciples are leaving Jerusalem after the Passover festival weekend. They're really dejected, in fact devastated, because their friend, teacher and spiritual leader has been humiliated, tried in a kangaroo court, beaten and horribly executed. And to cap it all, a couple of the women in their group said his body had disappeared from the tomb where they'd laid him. All these events brought to an end an amazing 3 years of miracles and living together in a very special group of followers. So they were leaving Jerusalem for a while, the place of their pain and disappointment. Jesus joins them and asks, "What's this discussion you're having?" Sad, they tell him the story of what happened to Jesus. They tell Jesus not knowing that it's him, but were hoping that it was he who was going to redeem Israel. All of Jerusalem was expecting that when the Messiah appeared. He would not only be a miracle worker, but he would also take the throne and topple the Romans, the occupying nation. They didn't understand that he must come as a suffering Messiah. He said that his death and resurrection were the only way that Israel and all humanity could be redeemed. Also that he was establishing a new community where people know they are accepted, loved, and supported. As they walked, the stranger explained many of the prophecies about the Messiah and how they'd come true. The two travelers invited him to come in for a bite to eat. And it was when he gave thanks and broke the bread that they eventually clocked who he really was. And he left abruptly to continue his journey. They realized then that he had done as he said he would do, i.e. rise from the dead. So it was true what he'd been saying over the past 3 years about his death and resurrection. They then legged it back to Jerusalem to tell the rest of the disciples what had happened. This news was a good part of the reason why the disciples were transformed from real fierties into people who boldly shared their faith. It also gives us a confidence if we're facing tough times or a nasty medical diagnosis or whatever. There is one who will walk with us. I hope that you will have your eyes open to see Jesus for who he really is and the promises that he's made for us, such as, "Come to me, all who are weary and heavy laden, and I will give you rest. And I am with you always to the end of the world." What's not to like about these? Bono's response to his eyes being open to God's goodness and promises is magnificent. Let's listen to U2 celebrating this. Thank you for listening.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth a breathtaking world right here in Lochaber. You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Scottish 6-day trial.
Day 5, Friday the 10th of May. We are in Parc, Ferme. I know we keep saying that, but that's the official chart for where we are, because the bikes are in a secured area where the public and nobody can get to them until the riders are allowed in 20 minutes before they're due to set off, and they can do a bit of tinkering and fettling, whatever you want to call it, where they just sort of clean things out, replace a few things, change tyres, see them changing air filters seems to be a big thing today. So it's that time. And it's lovely sunshine. I hope you've got us on the old camera there with the sun behind us. The mist is lifting, and it's quite nice down here, Si.
That's cool. Sorry, I'm figuring something else out just now.
It's quite nice down here, Si. I know you're doing other stuff after the news, which will be great. We've got a couple of people we're going to do interviews with straight after we can come to that as well, rather than trying to cram it in now, which will be pretty tight. But it's an action-packed day. Yesterday was slightly different. As I say, what a difference a day makes. As I say, it was overcast, wet and cold down here yesterday. In fact, very wet. And as I say, nobody wanted to talk now. Everybody's sort of milling around and in good spirit, which is really, really nice to see. Yeah, OK, I know you're still doing stuff. Our sponsors, Michelin Tyres, Charles Magazine, Comms West, Thistle Access, Nevis Bakery, Gavin Cairns. We're just going to use his services, get some breakfast up here. And that's all thanks to the Great Glen Grub Hub.
I'll be honest, I didn't realise you were talking to me. I thought you were talking to John. I didn't have you on the screen.
John's busy. He's got Mr. Sedgwick, so they're talking about medical stuff, I'm sure.
All right, OK, fair enough.
But yeah, they're just in the background. So it's me and you for about 30 seconds up to the news.
Yeah, well, I say if people do want to get in touch, you can contact the studio. 01397 706 100. You can WhatsApp us on the same number. That's 01397 706 100. And drop me an email at studio@nevisradio.co.uk, or get us on Facebook at Nevis Radio Official, or indeed on YouTube for our free video feed. Just look for Nevis Radio and click on the live link there.
And we'll be continuing our coverage right through to 11 o'clock on this Friday. You listen to Nevis Radio, the heart of the Highlands, the music and the tunes to keep you entertained and informed.
From 96.6.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
The Scottish 6 days trial. Next guy to go up is Stephen Moffat. Many times is this? 7 times now?
No, this is the 6th time.
6th time. You looking forward to it?
Yeah.
Who's going up now? Oh, not you. Good. So anyway, everyone okay with the bike?
Yeah, perfect. Again, the verticals go really well here, so yeah, can't complain.
Anybody you'd like to shout out to?
Yes, you, of course.
Thank you.
My mum, who's a bit poorly than now, but she's getting better. My family, Lauren, my wee boy Stevie and Lucy May, Lauren's sister Katie, my work UBs who are proudly sponsored us again, and yeah, and everybody else that makes it happen. So
and Lexi.
Yeah, Lexi. She's been a bit of pain, but
That's a dog. That's a black Labrador, isn't it?
yeah. So
Anyway, so looking forward. It's a bit brighter for you today.
it's gonna be roasting today, so sunburns and everything like that. So
Super. Well, I'll let you crack on. So thanks very much, Stephen Moffat of UB Civils and Inverness Civil Engineering. So all the best.
yep. Thank you guys. Cheers.
There you go. Now we'll probably catch somebody else while we're up here. Let's have a look, see who's around today. Caught these guys up. Yeah, if you just pan round back here, we'll catch young John Garth Jr. Just trying to remember, how many times you've ridden the Scottish, John?
0.
0. This is your first time, but your dad's done it a couple of times.
He's done it 3 times.
3 times, yeah. You've been looking forward to it for months and months and months. Looking forward to today's run. It's nice and dry for you.
Yeah, I suppose.
Can't be bad. Now, what do you do for a living?
I'm a joiner.
Oh, well, nailing bits of wood together is always good.
Yeah, it's all right.
Do you remember the Inverness District Club?
Yes, yeah.
Ride regularly?
Every trial it's on, usually.
That's it. So anyway, all the best for today's run, Thursday, day 5. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's John Garth Jr. His dad has ridden a few times as well. He's a member of Inverness District. I don't know where he is. He's just getting ready to go. He's number 8, 9, I think it is. John, a quick word. We've just been speaking to Junior. You put stoves into people's houses for a living, don't you?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Now, you're out on the bike all the time. You ride just about every trial there is up with us in Inverness and other ones as well. You're riding the Loch Lomond 2-day?
We are actually, at the end of the month, yeah. Looking forward to that one now.
You just can't get enough of it, can you?
Well, I don't know. Ask me at the end of Saturday.
You wet yesterday, but it'll be dry today, we hope.
Sun's shining. Couldn't be better, could it?
Yeah. So anyway, all the best for today's run, John.
All right, see ya.
Okay, now, this gentleman here, what's your name?
AJ McLeod.
AJ McLeod, local man. I see you've got a fan club following you around in a van.
Yeah, I do, aye.
Is that your girlfriend?
Yeah, it is. My mum, my dad, my sister and my best mate.
Yeah, best mate, there you go. So this is what, your second Scottish?
Yeah, my second, aye.
And are you out on the bike all the time as well?
Aye, trying as much as I can, aye.
Yeah, good. And where is it you live in Fort William, roughly? Is it a special part of it?
Just over the Corn Ferry in Ardgour.
Yeah, not even in Fort William.
No, not in Fort William, no.
So good. So looking forward to today's run because it's a bit drier.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It makes a difference.
Yeah, it does make the difference, yeah.
So all the best, AJ. Thank you very much. AJ McLeod from Ardgour. Always get it mixed up when they're members of Lochaber. Always assume they live in Fort William because there's little hamlets round about that people live in round about here. And AJ is just outside across the Corn Ferry, as he was telling us there. So it's a lovely day here in Fort William if you're holidaying. Take in one or two of the sections. The one to look at would probably be Chairlift and or Bar House, which is out in the old military road out towards Glencoe there in that area.
You're almost basking in the sun out there, aren't you?
I'm basking. It's really quite warm out here. I'm really enjoying it. So there you are.
I've got the easy job now. I've got my feet up in a van, so it's quite nice.
It is. Quick word with a gentleman here just before we disappear back into our hut. Stuart Blythe, member of the Ripon Club, and your dad's been observing here for years and years. You've ridden the Scottish yourself, haven't you?
Yeah, John, I think trying to add up last night, I think I've done about 14. So, but I'm enjoying the other side now, observing. Exactly. It's good. A few more people need to put a bit more back into it. But no, it opens your eyes, observing for sure.
So you're a garage proprietor down at Melmerby, just outside Ripon.
Yep, that's it. We've got a garage. Closed it this week for the first time ever, which I've never done it before, but I thought this year I'll go back to no problems. So looking forward to getting back.
And you used to go out practicing with, who was it now? One of the top riders used to be in the World Championships.
I used to mine for Martin Crossway.
That's the boy.
Yeah. So I had 2 years doing a European Championship and a year doing a World Championship, which was good experience.
Now, you were riding in the Scottish around the time of the TY 250 at Yamaha, didn't you?
Yeah, TYZ days with Rod Williams and Blackie Holden, Stephen Bailey. So, yeah, proper days then.
Yeah, you had fun.
Oh, we did, yeah, definitely.
And of course, there's always Slip.
Oh, Slip. I'm hoping to get him up here next year because, you know, he was one of Scotland's characters. So, yeah, he could write a book, that guy.
He certainly could.
Yeah. No.
I don't know if anybody would publish it, though.
Yeah, well, it might be, it'd certainly be X-rated.
So have a good day today, Stuart. And you were out yesterday at one of the new sections. It was quite wet when you got there.
Oh, it was. It was. It took some marks yesterday, but just during the day, it's funny watching the water level drop. You know, and the section became rideable.
What was the name we were on?
Ronican.
Yeah, that's the new one. Yeah.
Third group, yeah. So no, it was good. It's, you know, this week for me observing, it's funny when you watch 285 riders through how the section can change.
Yeah.
You know, so it's interesting.
That's it. So anyway, all the best, Stuart.
Thanks, John.
Thanks very much. That's Stuart Blythe from Ripon, and his father Keith and his mum as well. Used to observe up here for many years, so the whole Blythe family involved in the sport. So that's the way it goes, folks. I'll go back to the cool of the awning now, I think.
I can see you make your way back over there and sit on a chair. I can sort of transfer to you. Then Daniel can come back in here, and I'll come out and do some weather. We're sort of multitasking at the moment. We're doing the old breakfast run. It's the way it works here.
Yeah, and where are you just now? I'm
inside here, so you sit down. You sit down. I think if I'm clever.
And
go on,
Mr.
sit.
Oh, sit. Aye.
And I do this. I think, does that work? I'm not sure how this works. No, it doesn't work. I thought it might.
Well, they're zooming in on me at the moment.
I'd be clever.
And Mr. Sedgwick's all set
there
to
you go.
pedal off across the water and put the banner up. Yeah, this is to support the Belford Hospital. And I'd just like to add in that they do a great job there along the road.
Yep, that's Dan's and that's John's.
Okay, that's the scones sorted out, and that's mine. Yeah, he's brought us in scones today. Breakfast is there for those who are taking it.
Great to see you, John.
Mr. Sedgwick, always a pleasure to see you. You drive safely now. See you at Ferset. Good idea. That's David Sedgwick, a former surgeon up at Belford, and he'd actually done work on many of the Scottish 6 Days Trials riders and many of the riders who take part in the UCI World Cup as well. You know, accidents do happen, and an eminent surgeon there, and he does a lot of training with surgeons across the world. So there we have it, David Sedgwick, and he does the daily thought for the day here on Nevis Radio. Sorry? I'll keep talking. I thought I was being pointed for something to do there. So there we have it. And the sun is splitting the sidewalks here in Fort William. It's really beginning to get quite warm. It's 16 degrees down here in the car park. We're in the shade, of course, taking it easy. But you could see from the footage, if you've just been watching the footage, that the riders are basking in the sun doing their early morning maintenance on their bikes. We've got rider number 31, Richard Sadler, just brought his bike down there to do some work on it. And I actually got the leader's bike wrong, as I had to have him down at a Vertigo, but he's actually on a Sherco now. I think the problem being is that I saw him last at the Scott Trial down in North Yorkshire, run by the Richmond Motor Club Yorkshire Limited. The famous Scott Trial is a time and observation event, and Jack Price won it on a Vertigo, and I think that's where I got my lines crossed up there. It's an age thing, you know.
Yeah, it catches up with all of us, doesn't it? You never know what's happening. It's the way it works.
Well, Richard Sadler for many years was on Betas and Shercos and stuff, and now he's on Vertigo, so I've just got to get the mindset to try and remember
and
which
they do
bike
chop
they're
and
on.
change between manufacturers and things. That, yeah, some riders... yeah.
Oh, yes, well, professional riders, of course, it's their livelihood, and normally around about the end of the year you get the contract changes and, you know, the big debate as to who's going to be riding what next year, you know, who's going to be riding 2025 on a Beta or a Scorpa or a Gas or a Vertigo or whatever, or a Monteza even, and everybody sort of, I wouldn't say they take bets on it, but it's sort of like, who do you think such and such is going to ride for? And yeah, it sometimes throws up some really surprising moves, but that's trialling. That's at the top end, of course, the elitist end of the sport, where people actually do it for a living. But of course, there's a sort of level below that where you've got the importer and dealer sponsored riders as well, who put in some really good performances here at the Scottish 6 Days. But the factory riders, the likes of your World Trials champion Tony Bowe, he's been with Monteza for many years and has basically dominated the sport at the top level. But you've got younger riders coming through, such as, for example, Harry Hemingway riding the Beta. He's doing great things in the sort of series. There's different classes. There's Trial 1, 2, 3, and our own Jamie Galloway from Scotland I think he was third in Trial 3 last year. So he's still chipping away there as well in the World Series.
I love that, chipping away.
Mhm.
What you do in life. Well, I tell you what, we can go to the weather. We've got that tune for Dan lined up, I'm assuming.
We do.
And any catching up you need to do. Come back, we've got a bacon roll waiting for us. We're going to have brekkie, thanks to Gavin Cairns and the Great Glen Grub Hub. Our other sponsors for this week, Michelin Tars, Trials Magazine, Comms West and Thistle Access. Not forgetting Nevis Bakery for the shortbread. We're down to our last box now. In fact, the last box has got a few missing already, so we are handing it out. Dan's not eating it all. Dan the man in the van, whatever it is, he does like his shortbread, we've noticed.
Good stuff. Also,
But it gives you that energy.
a wee side note. I believe the Trials magazine you can get in town in W.H. Smith's.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. Found out yesterday because I went for
we
one.
were talking about the merchandise. John Hume was talking about the mug and that, and that's available from the gallery in the fort, which is here in Fort William. And thanks to the boys and girls in there for helping us out with that one as well. So if you buy a bit of merchandise, some of the money comes back to us at Nevis Radio. So we really do appreciate them doing that in there, Gillian.
Most definitely.
Very, very appreciated. Thank you very much.
Here you go.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
It's going to be a fairly dry and warm day. Some hazy sunshine, thickening cloud, bringing the chance of some light rain to the Western Isles later on. It will be getting up to 21 degrees centigrade, 70 Fahrenheit. Tonight, a mild night with clear periods and a light breeze for most of us. Cloudy and breezy, but dry over the Western Isles. And it's only dropping down to 8 degrees centigrade, 46 Fahrenheit.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool man looks smooth. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool man looks smooth. The world time has come to.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth a breathtaking world right here in Lochaber.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool man looks smooth. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool man looks smooth. The world time has come to.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth a breathtaking world right here in Lochaber.
From 96 points.
No, I didn't want that.
I was not expecting
I
that.
didn't want that.
Wait, how did you jack the wrong one in by chance?
Yeah, it appears that way.
Oh, never mind, it's live.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, innit?
Thanks for joining us on this Friday. It is a beautiful day down here, especially across Fort William, across the whole area, I guess. You're out in Parc, Ferme, Mr. Moffat. You've got a plethora of motorbikes and riders.
Yes, we do have. Actually, the rider I was wanting to have a word with at the moment. It seems to be putting his kit bag away at the moment. I don't know if we can speak to us. Hold on, we'll give it a go. Richard, have you got a minute? If I follow you, I'll follow you. Yes, here we are with the Vertigo. Richard Sadler from Leyburn in North Yorkshire. Very, very good rider. Always does well at the Scottish 6 Days and also does well at the Scot Trial. Now, how are you getting on this week? You're up in the top 10.
Yeah, I think I just climbed up into 6th yesterday, which is probably as high as I've got this week. I haven't had any disasters yet, touch wood, but you know, no massive heroics, just steady away really. But yeah, enjoying the week and yeah, hopefully just try and maintain my position and maybe sneak up a bit if I can.
Many Scottishes is this under your belt now, Richard?
I've missed a few, couple with COVID obviously, one with the twins being born last year, bad eye 1 year, so I think I've missed 4, so I think this is only my 10th maybe.
When did you start riding trials?
Got my first bike when I was 6, so that was 1999, and then yeah, obviously I had foot and mouth a couple of years after that, but ridden ever since then, yeah, and can't see me stopping anytime soon.
I would hope not.
No, keep going, love it, love riding every weekend.
What's your occupation?
We're builders and joiners back in North Yorkshire, so yeah, we're a firm with about 30 lads on, so...
Get busy.
Yeah, keep busy, yeah, no, work's good.
Good. Anyway, all the best for today, Richard.
Yeah, thanks, John. Cheers.
Richard Sadler there, a member of the Richmond Club from Leyburn in North Yorkshire, as you heard. Who have we got else here now? There was somebody I was wanting to speak to, but I think he's disappeared off from me. Oh no, we've got one here. Matthew Maynard, another Richmond lad. How are you getting on this week, Matt?
Yeah, steady away, thanks, John. Bit of a bad start, but getting there, yeah, good, thank you.
And your family up watching you?
Yeah, we're all up, mum, dad, my wife and my 2 boys.
Well, you've got a big family now, haven't you?
Yeah, it's not just about the riding this week.
I've known you for obviously quite some years now, so I keep forgetting people are getting famous. Same with Sadler as well.
Yeah, we're all growing in size a bit, so but we're having a good group of us to ride around, so it's enjoying it.
And any problems with the Sherco?
No, it's run like a dream all week, touch wood, so hopefully it carries on for another couple of days.
That's it, that's the way to go. Anyway, Matthew Maynard, thanks very much.
Thank you, John, cheers.
Thank you. And quick word, I don't know what number we're on now. Is he ready to go? 28. Quick word with Dan Thorpe just before he disappears. Dan, how's things going? You're a father now.
Yeah, absolutely. All going really well. Probably a bit more tired than I'm usually at this point, but I think that's to be expected.
And you're still British champion?
Yeah, in the expert class. I've got a battle on my hands this year. I think Emma Bristow took the first round win. She had a cracking ride, so I've got a bit of work to do in that. But we've only done one round, so there's plenty of time yet.
And of course, you've been followed around by Dad.
Absolutely, can't keep him away. I think if he could get his leg over a bike, he'd definitely still ride one. But luckily, he can't at the minute. He's still a bit wobbly, so yeah, keen as mustard.
We're talking about Dave Thorpe, former Ossa and Bultaco factory rider.
That's right, yes. One of the greatest riders of all time, you've probably heard that story from him.
Well, that's true. Anyway, all the best today, Dan.
Thank you, John.
That's Dan Thorpe, one of the British Trials Championship winners, and still likes his trialling. Started from an early age, of course, took everything from his father, Dave Thorpe, who rode for Ossa. He also rode for Triumph as well. We were just having a chat down at the Corn Ferry the other day, and we were just sort of reminiscing about bits and bobs, and I'd completely forgotten that he'd actually started out in a Triumph, and then he was one of the first Ossa riders in the UK when they were imported by the late Peter Fletcher, and went on from Ossa. He tore up his contract with Ossa. He wasn't happy with the way they were going, and moved on to Comerfords and became a Bultaco factory signed rider. And I think he actually was he was the rider who won the very first World Championship round in Ireland, Parc Cup, many years ago. That's his father, Dave Thorpe. So we've had a wee chat with a few folk. I think we're going to go over to
Group C, I believe.
Yeah.
If you want to head back to the screen, we should have that working now.
I'm trying my best to move quickly, but I'm actually enjoying the sunshine while I'm out here, of course. There's an ulterior motive. So thanks very much to Robbie. Is that right, Robbie?
Robbie's out there.
Robbie doing the camera work there.
These pictures.
And now on to David Green, who is up at Corrimora, which is quite near Pipeline, just above Kinlochleven and up the Dam Road. We've got a rider coming up here now. It's a wee bit grainy. It's hard to see on this webcam whether the rider actually stops or not, but I think he's out the section okay, and I think he kept going there, so that was quite a good ride. And Corrimora's been in the trial for quite a few years now, and they also use it in the Ian Pollock trial that the local Lochaber club promote. Can't quite make out the number there, and as I say, taking a few dabs going up there, so lost a couple of marks, but they're keeping going. He's spinning there, but I think he's just managing to keep it going for a struggling 3.
We're going to work on this over the next year and see if we can get this a bit smoother.
It's very much early days, yeah. I mean, it's very much experimental. And to do a commentary properly, you've got to have a bit of inside information there, possibly being at the section and doing a commentary as you're filming tends to be the way to do it, because then you can clearly make out the rider's number and also tee them up when you're waiting using the rider list. A lot of videos in the day were actually commented on after they'd been filmed, just with the soundtrack being the bike, the engine noise.
Indeed, yeah.
And I know Colin Bullock used to do a lot of filming up here, and they used to get the late call. It's not Colin Dommett. Colin Bullock did the filming, and Colin Dommett did the commentary on the pre-65 videos that they did, and it was very, very good. I actually appeared in a few of them as well. And these are the riders. What they do is they're walking the section to plan their line up the section from the start to the finish and keeping within the marker cards. Here's a rider coming up, so the rider has said, mind your backs out the way. So you see riders leaning against the bank and to let the rider traverse the section. Whoop! I think he's 5'd it now. A rider lying in his back there. I don't know what happened there, whether he jumped out the way and fell or got run over. And there you see the observer with his handheld unit marking the scores into a handheld smartphone, you would best describe it as. Looks like official 73, I think it says in his jersey. So that's Corrimora. It's a bit of a deep gully. It's not the part that I know. I think the Corrimora I know is the one that comes out almost onto the dam road that takes you from Kinlochleven up to the Blackwater Dam. Rider having a breather and chatting. He's telling him to get out of the way because he's being filmed. Another rider walking up the section there, just checking the line. It's obviously bedrock that this section is. I don't seem to see a lot of loose stones in there. I think this is one of the lower parts of the Corrimora section.
So with the fact it rained yesterday, you mentioned some of the burns and streams were obviously in spate and a lot higher.
Yeah.
What happens, obviously, when the stream goes down? I mean, are the rocks kind of back to being really, really clean, or are they a bit grippier? Or?
Well, it depends on the weather. If it, like today, you'll find that a lot of the rocks actually start to dry out, and it's dry rocks then, and they're maybe not so slippy because the algae that grows on the rocks in Scotland tends to be quite slippy when it rains. And of course, the algae doesn't wear off until a bite goes over it. It doesn't wash off anyway. It grips the rock. That makes it quite interesting to ride over because the top lads know which rocks are slippy and they just use the momentum of the bike to roll over them rather than try and power over them, because if you open the throttle on a wet slippy rock, all you'll get is wheel spin and the wheel will dart one way or other and try to throw you off the bike. But I would say this burn here, this stream, is pretty light in water now, so obviously it's got a lot of water off the hill. In the last 24 hours, I would say. Possibly yesterday when they were laying it out, there'd be quite a lot of water going down there. Oh, he's lost it. He's come to grief. I don't think he's out the ends cards, is he? He's into the second section, I think, because I can just spot one of the section markers behind these two lads. I'm sure if it's a number on the marker, then it's the start of a new section. Oh, sorry, David's moving away now, so I'm not able to tell. It's hard to see. See, on the right-hand side of the burn, you'll have a red marker. On the left-hand side, correspondingly, you'll have a blue marker. But that looks like a red marker on the left, which would indicate to me a section number. You just see it there. I think it's section 2. So this looks like 2 continuous. I'm guessing here at this point, but I think I'm right, because obviously they're starting further down the stream, and that's like a 2 on that card there, so that'll be the start of the second section. So he's probably got on okay at the first section and 5 the second one. Another rider nipping down the burn there. He'll probably stop and turn round and have a look back up in a minute. No, he's keeping going. He's quite confident he knows where he's at. So there we are.
So it gives you a bit of an insight into the sections, for sure.
Sorry?
It gives you a bit of an insight into the sections.
Yes, it certainly does, because obviously people viewing this that haven't been to a trial will wonder what we're talking about with all these bikes in the car park, and they'll think, oh, so they just nip along the road.
Jaunt. Off for a little jaunt
in the hills, yeah. But once they actually see this they realise, oh heavens, what are they riding over? And it's a lot of stream bed.
I say a lot of this footage is on Facebook and other platforms once the SSDT sort of get finished in the day. But I quite enjoyed their coverage because they've been out doing stuff which they haven't really done that before under their own banner.
Yeah, that's right.
Which is good. And they say all the stuff we're doing. You want to catch up on it? It'll be back online about 12 o'clock, something like that, Simon?
It'll be on pretty much not far after we were finished. But, I mean, if you want to wait a couple of hours, it puts it up in HD because it's got to remaster it and all that kind of business.
Yeah.
Clever stuff.
Well, I'll look at it in the evening. I haven't looked at it last night because I was out for a meal, but Bernie wanted a link to it so that he could put it on his own Facebook page, and of course Bernie gets a lot of likes, very well-known rider, of course, and still has a fan base, even though he's not been competitive since 1985. But one of the famous riders of all time, Bernie, the only American to win the 6 days trial, non-European to win the 6 days trial, and non-European to win the World Championship.
There you go. Well, I guess we've got a bit of catching up to do back there.
We do. We've got a tune and we've got some ads lined up. I say for those watching, we're going to work on this year and see if we can improve it a bit and yeah, make it more of a thing maybe.
It's more we've done before, which is always a step forward, which is what it's about. But as I've been told that the high school has their break around this sort of time, and Jacob should be listening with a lot of his mates there, which is quite a cool thing to do. And we are a pupil in the Loch Harbour area. 6 days trial. They used to come down here and sort of look, didn't they, and see what we're up to around here, certainly the primary schools. But he's asked for a tune, and can we play this one for him? It's Tones and I and Dance Monkey.
We can do that.
From stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth a breathtaking world right here in Loch Harbour.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Loch Harbour. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Loch Harbour.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth a breathtaking world right here in Loch Harbour.
day 5 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Yes, we're down here in the Parc Ferme this morning. I'm not sure which rider's which, but I know the actual individuals. Gordie Murray, committee man and director of Inverness and District Motorcycle Club. That's not your day job, of course, but you've ridden the Scottish 6 days many times, and you're 65 now, I believe.
Yeah, I'll be 66 on 18th this month, yeah.
Birthday just right after the Scottish. Almost as old as me, but you're still cracking at it.
Yeah, really enjoying it, and it's been a great week so far, so long may it continue. Get the next couple of days in, and that'll be great.
Now, obviously, we're involved with Inverness and District Club, and that's the more domestic trials, but we put on as many trials as we can in the year for the boys.
Yeah, it's good, and then the Highland Classic as well. That's a big event for us in the calendar, so just make sure we get that right every year, because it's a lot of responsibility.
Absolutely right, and you're one of the clerks. We'll have two clerks, of course, Stuart Anderson and yourself, and you try to keep it fresh every year for the boys, and it's a very interesting trial. And of course, we're very, very fortunate to have Alvia Estate, which is a shooting estate.
Yeah, and the ground's fantastic, and it's quite easy for the boys to access coming from the south or from the east coast, yeah.
It is a big one in the calendar. And of course, we've also got the national trial in September, the Paul Kaboskas Memorial, named after one of our club members, and you're heavily involved in that as well, but you also like to ride it.
Yeah, it's a good event as well, yeah, so ride as much as I can and enjoy it, yeah, it's good.
Now, obviously, you are a director in Inverness and District, but that's not your day job. What is it you actually do back in Invergordon?
Yeah, I'm a maintenance manager, a sparky to trade, but yeah, we weld 12-metre pipe lengths together, and it gets reeled onto a vessel and it goes laden offshore anywhere around the world, really.
Quite an important job. And you're on the Beta again?
Yeah, Beta's fantastic, yeah. It's good for me, it's very forgiving, so yeah, good bike.
Yeah, it suits your kind of motorcycle?
Definitely, yeah.
Even more so than the original Fantix that you started out on?
Yeah, big difference from the SWM as well, 1983, yeah.
So anyway, have a good day today, Gordon, and we'll see you later on, hopefully.
Okay, thanks, John, cheers.
That's Gordon Murray, and as I say, he's a committee member, puts a lot back into the sport, never misses a committee meeting, and obviously we have to have directors being a limited company, and it's the same with the Edinburgh District Motor Club. They have a board of directors, as any limited company has, and that's the club that actually organise the Scottish 6 Days trial and the pre-65 trial that precludes this event, they have committees that run the actual events. So you've got the SSDT committee and the pre-65 committee. So it's very important to have these enthusiasts. I mean, obviously, Gordie started off in trials, not at an early age, but he was a friend locally that he looked into the garage and wondered what these strange-looking bikes were for, and then he got involved by watching a trial and watching his friend ride them, and he thought, I'll have a bash at this. But, I mean, Gordie goes about with his mountain bike as well, keeps himself really fit, so whilst we're the same age, he's a lot more bike fit than I am, for starters, so that's it. So it's nice to see Gordie taking part in the Scottish at almost 66 years of age, yeah?
I've got no microphone.
Oh, you've not got my microphone, you've got a camera. So, yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's anybody else that's available for comment. Let me see. Oh, we'll have a quick word up here. If you just fire it up here. Rider number 59, Paul Lonergan, seems to have the family helping him a wee bit this morning. Hello, Paul. How are you?
Not too bad. Yourself?
I'm doing fine, Paul. So have you got a couple of daughters out with you?
Yeah, I've got my youngest and my eldest here, Theo and Grace.
Yeah. And they're just keeping an eye on you?
Yeah, they're telling me what to do, what I'm doing wrong, aren't they?
Yeah. Almost like a team manager situation.
Yeah, definitely.
How many times you ridden the Scottish, Paul?
6 times.
Still enjoy it?
Oh, I love it. Absolutely brilliant.
Best trial in the world?
Definitely. Followed by the Scot.
Followed by the Scot, of course, yeah. And do you think these young ladies will take up the sport?
Well, they both said they wanted to yesterday. It's going to be like their daddy.
Well, that's good, because there's a lot more females riding again. That's good for the sport as well.
Definitely. We'll definitely get them in there.
Get an offset or something.
Yeah, we'll do one day.
When you save up. Anyway, Paul, all the best for today's run.
Thank you very much.
That's Paul Lonergan there with his Vertigo, and he's got the family helping him. It's nice to see the family coming in and, well, maybe not lending a hand, but keeping an eye on him just to make sure he does the maintenance right. I reckon they're keeping a very close eye on him at the moment, yeah? So, you want to say anything?
No, you've got to do that, I guess, but I don't know where Robbie's gone. I've left the camera in the middle of a car park at the moment.
Well, that'll do.
We'll work on that. Have we got any catching up to do? Can we put a tune on, do you think?
We can stick a tune on if you like. A thing come up today. Hang on a minute, let me check my emails because I quite often forget that.
All right, and then we'll head back, regroup, put the cameras back up on stands, and come back and look at the route for today.
Yeah, okay, what tune do you want, by the way?
Oh, you can choose one.
What does Robbie want to tune? I think Robbie's
Robbie's
had a
not
tune.
here.
Is he not?
No.
Oh, he's run away with the camera.
No, I've got the camera.
Do you want me to choose a tune?
Go on, you choose a tune.
Okay, what about Lido Shuffle by Boz Skaggs?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Yeah. Never heard of it.
Yes, you have.
Have I?
Lido, oh, oh.
How do you type it?
Lido, L-I-D-O.
Like an outdoor... Ah, right, that one, yeah.
That's it. That's it. Go for that.
Yeah, we'll do that, and we'll be back with you after that.
Excellent.
World time has come to.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth a breathtaking world right here in Lochaber.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so the world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so the world time has come to.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth a breathtaking world right here in Lochaber.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Down here, what an interesting 5 minutes that was. Dan's broken his phone. I've just dropped my monitoring phone. That's all fallen a bit. Soon the battery fell out of that just now. So it's all fun and games. And there's a lot of background noise, which is why we had 2 tunes back to back. Thank you very much, Si, for getting that one sorted out, because they're emptying the portable toilets.
I was in a bit of a panic thinking, what's happening?
No, we're all under control, but I thought, just don't come back to us, because we could not hear a thing what we were doing. We could not hear a thing we were doing. We're meant to be on a chat. I think John's around the corner talking to somebody, but he's not talking to the person I thought he was going to be talking to. He's talking to the person who used to sort of be clerk of the course. He owns the company which empties the toilets. The link there somewhere, but I'm not going to go down that route.
I think I vaguely know the link, if I'm honest, but I can't really remember it. But okay.
Jeff, is it Jeff? Jeff Horn?
Son of, I think.
I think.
Yeah.
I think. Oh, anyway.
Relative of.
Yeah, so that's what happens. You're live and exclusive down in a car park. Lots of people milling around. Dan's here. I don't know where Robbie's gone. Has Robbie just gone? If Robbie's in there. What's going on? Right, we've got some people coming into the area. Are you going to stand up there? You're on. There you go. And introduce these lovely people. You'll be up there. There you go.
Oh, I'll pass this to you when we've got... that'll be fine, because we've got a couple of gentlemen from the Isle of Wight, which is away down the bottom of Great Britain, or the UK, or whatever you call it nowadays. And... you don't like the word bottom, you don't like the word bottom, no. Yeah, south. About the furthest south you can get. And a bit more. And we've also got Mr. Mark Coombs,
yes,
who is a social media phenomenon.
I try to do my best, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Ben McCune's Radio Part 2.
Absolutely. Unofficially, of course. And this is the chap that takes all the notes and goes and analyses everything to the nth degree, which I don't do. And he's got a chart with him as well. And this is to try and figure out who will possibly win the Scottish 6 Days trial. And I suppose he could apply it to any national event if they've got sufficient records, including the Scott trial, which he normally bakes a cake for, and has presented a couple of cakes to Dan Thorpe for various achievements throughout his trials career. But he's also known as Wolfman, yeah. For a particularly good reason, not advertising anything. And he's known for putting on his CU Jimmy hat, which is the tartan bonnet with the red hair out at the back, and he wears that quite often when he's on social media, don't you, Mark?
I do, John. Yes, yeah. Most certainly.
It's in the wash at the moment. It's in the wash, apparently. And we've also got Alan Stay, who, believe it or not, rode the Scottish 6 Days trial in 1977, which was the same year that I rode, only once, and it was very wet, wasn't it, Alan?
It was and cold, and very cold. Yeah, I was a bit out of my depth that year because I had no idea what I was taking on. I tell you, coming from down the south doing little club trials, you come up here.
Different, isn't it? Well, the other thing was we found out that it was I think it was the Wednesday run when we went down to Killin and we did Edremucky. That was the only day that was any sunshine. The rest of it was stair rods all week, and I only had one set of gears, but I had to dry it every night. I don't know about you. Maybe you were a bit more wealthy than me.
No, definitely not. Definitely. I remember the ride from the coast there back to Ben Nevis. I've never been so cold in my life. I was riding into sleet, and you know what we used to do? Put one hand on the barrel and keep.
Yeah, and swap it over. Yeah. But you're into the recovery business, aren't you?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we're sort of backed out of it a bit now. But we still do it.
It's Stag Lane Motors, isn't it?
That's the one. Yeah.
Now you've got your son up with you, Chris Stay, a very good rider, but he's been going through a bit of turbulent times at the moment. Can you maybe explain a bit about that?
Yeah, well, he's as well as a good rider, he's a marine engineer. He works for ships all over, like these big container ships that you see. He does the engines on them, right? Yeah. So he was away at Christmas. I think he was at Aberdeen just for Christmas doing a diving ship, and he come back and he didn't feel too good. and you know, just thought it was one of those things, but it got worse and worse and worse. So he ended up going to hospital, seeing the doctors and that, and he's got something wrong with his internally. No one seems to be able to identify what it is. He's had scans, he's had blood, he's had everything. The worst thing he ever had to do was send an email to the secretary of the Scottish six-day trial about a month ago saying, we're going to have to pull him out. And he's absolutely gutted. He can't ride his bike, which, you know, that's the love of his life. His firm won't let him work because they've got a duty of care. Yeah. So he's absolutely down in the dumps at the moment. I mean, we were here yesterday with him and we went round the course and he's feeling, that's why he's not here this morning, he's absolutely feeling it. We're just waiting for, he's got to have a camera now, that's the next step. Endoscope. That's what you call it, yeah. So what can you do? You know, we're at the mercy of the NHS at the moment, just waiting for the... We paid for a private consultant to speak to him and see what he thinks, you know, to try and speed things up. But, yeah, we're just waiting. It's just unbelievable situation. Yeah. You know.
Well, I hope they get to the bottom of the problem soon and hopefully get him back on his bike. What was he riding latterly? Was it a TRRS he was on?
Yeah, he rides for Steve Saunders. Yeah. Steve's been very good to him. Steve had a new bike and everything lined up for him, but there's no point us getting a new bike until he can actually ride the thing. So I think what we're going to do now, we're going to keep what would be the 23 bike and until he can get back riding, and then we'll ride that until the next year's models come out. So we'll like skip a year.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's no point having a brand new bike sat in the shed doing nothing, is there really? So, you know, but absence makes the heart grow fonder, as they say.
Yeah,
so
he'll be desperate to get going.
Definitely will. Yeah.
Well, all our best to Chris, and we better have this interview with Mr. Coombs because he's got some
stats.
Some stats here.
This is the stats from the amount of riders here.
Yeah.
Not actually like who's winning. And
yeah. Okay.
Well,
fire
I've got
away.
A couple of head-to-heads. You know Bricky Bry?
Yeah.
Do you know Bricky Bry?
No, I don't know him personally.
Well, I do know Bricky Bry,
yeah.
and I'm going to tell you about Bricky Bry.
Here we go, folks.
But not first. First, we've got 288 riders here. Do you know the most from what country, do you reckon, John?
No, but you've got to tell me.
It's 146 from England.
Right.
There's 22 countries involved. 146 from England, 60 from Scotland, and then it's Catalonia with 32.
Yeah.
You got Spain with 7. Then it's France got 6 riders.
Yeah.
Then you got Northern Ireland 5.
Yeah.
You've got 4 from USA. You've got 3 from the Isle of Man.
Yeah.
And you've got a few on 2. You've got 2 from Netherlands. 2 from Ireland. You got 2 from Belgium.
Right.
2 from Wales. 2 from Israel.
Right.
And then you've got 1 from Sweden.
Yeah.
1 from Italy. Massimo from Italy.
Yeah.
You've got 1 from Canada. 1 from Australia.
Yeah.
1 from Czech Republic. Do you know who that Czech rider is?
Jiří Svoboda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good rider. So last year when I was here, there was a riders from Australia that came over.
That's right.
So I can't remember his name, but we've got a friend, one of Alan's best friends, Joe Henderson.
Yes, I've heard of Joe.
Joe, so...
He's mad as well.
Yeah, I know.
The rider...
I've got $100 Australian in my wallet burning a hole.
We bumped into that rider last year. I can't remember his name, but rode at Joe's club.
Yeah.
And this year, from Canada, I don't know if people remember a rider called Steve West.
Yeah, I do remember.
He's from Waterside.
Yeah.
I knew Steve, 45 years ago, riding Waterside, Wolf and Chase. Well, there's a rider over here this year from his club in Canada. I don't know the name, there's 2 of them, but Johnny English.
Johnny English, yeah.
220.
Yeah.
So he's actually a really good rider. I know they all are.
He's friends with a Scotsman over there called Stuart McCluckie.
Is he?
Yeah.
And I think he's close to Brian Francis' standard.
Yeah, that's right.
And Brian's a brilliant rider, you know, a.k.a. Bricky Bry.
Yeah, right, OK.
Hey, John, do you see what I mean, Bricky Bry?
Yeah, I've got you. Got you now. Bricky Brian's mate.
So, Brian, at the moment, he's 154th position, 258 marks.
Right.
So he's still in it after 4 days. 51, 58, 57, and yesterday he lost 92. Brilliant effort to finish. He's 57 years old, so it's a...
Fair enough.
That's a yesterday's day, was that the toughest in history, do you reckon?
Well, it must be one of the toughest in history going back. Since,
Of course, it was harder when we...
Yeah, of course it was harder back in 1977, yeah, when men were boys and boys were men and all that stuff, yeah.
When did they do the road here? Because when I remember 77, the high street...
Oh, yeah, the high street. Before they built the bypass, I think that must have been 1972 or around about that. The locals will tell you when they knocked the station down to make the bypass, because it's on the old railway. Yeah. But you know what? You know what this man is now? He's the English equivalent of Charlie DeMatheo, isn't he? Yeah, he's a bit like that now. He's becoming into the sort of anorak stage of his development, and unofficially, of course. But he's becoming, you know, like the statistician of the Scottish 6 Days Trial, which is more than I do.
You have time for another head-to-head?
Oh yes.
So the ladies.
You haven't mentioned the Isle of Wight rider.
George Gosden.
Oh, George, yeah, he's just been poking his head in round the corner.
George Gosden.
Because you've got your fan base with you. You brought the
Nearly
entourage.
George, yeah.
Yeah, Wolfman.
I don't remember much about George. Did he? I'm trying to... Now you called me out. I should have written his
never
stats
mind.
down, did I?
Oh, well.
He's got his...
Yes, he's gorgeous.
You can always put it on your commentary when you go out to the set.
He's gorgeous, ladies and gentlemen.
God's gift to ladies, isn't it? Yeah. From the Isle of Wight. Yeah. On a beta. Yeah, I'll be coming in soon.
So you've got two head-to-heads, Emma Bristow versus, how do you say, is it Layla Sance?
Laya
Sance,
yeah.
So it started off after 4 days. So it started off after the first day, Emma Bristow was on 20, and Laya was on 23.
Yeah.
After the second day, yes, this is it. After the second day, Emma lost 44 and Laya was on 31. So after the second day, Laya was in the lead 54 to 64.
Yeah.
After the third day, Emma came back with a day of 8, which is a brilliant, anything under 10 is a brilliant ride. Layla was on 13. So Layla was still in the lead on 67 to 72. And then after yesterday's super tough day, Emma came back with 25 to 34 to grab the lead back from 97 to 101. So Emma's 97, Layla's 101. Emma is 4 places in front of Layla and 4 marks in front. So it's a brilliant head-to-head, isn't it? 2 days left.
You see, I don't do all this stuff.
No.
People say, oh, you're the trials guru. No, my website's the trials guru. I'm John Moffat. And I just know a lot about the Scottish 6 Days, but I don't proclaim to know everything, because you've got guys like Mr. Coombs here who just brings all this statistician into this stuff. Yeah. He's good at that, isn't he?
This is what happens when you're not married.
Well, that's right. I'm married. I've not got time to do this.
Keep my personal life out of it, stay, will you?
So anyway, that's great. Bricky Bryan's mate, which is a.k.a. Mr. Coombs. Is it Coombs or Coombs, isn't it?
Coombs.
Brian Francis is a real nice guy.
And he's on a TRRS as well.
So I rode against Brian for like 45 years
And he's a Bricky as well?
He's a Bricky, yeah.
And you're a Bricky?
Not really, mate.
No.
I'm a nothing, really.
He's a ground worker.
He's a ground worker.
I'm not really one of them, mate.
Groundworks? Well, very useful.
I'm doing groundworks.
Groundworks come behind the civil engineers, don't they?
Yes.
Yes, see. My son's a civil engineer.
Is he?
He works with groundworks people all the time.
You've got to start at the bottom.
Oh, you got to start at the bottom and work out. Is that south or bottom?
Yes.
Right.
No,
You don't like talking about bottoms, it's south, right? So you start at the south and work way north. That's good. That's a good idea.
Yeah, nice, sir.
So there we have it. And of course, you'll be looking for a tune later on today.
Oh, the old...
Which one?
Not Steve Harley.
Oh, yes. Well, he died
He
this
did
year.
tribute to Steve.
A wee bit of a tribute from Coombsy for
Yeah,
Steve.
nice one. Yeah, lovely, mate.
We'll have to do that.
Yeah.
Come up and see me. You got it.
Yeah.
So, you got it now. Oh, it'll be on right after us. Then,
Cheers,
in that
lovely.
case. So, where are you going today, Mark?
Well, I think it's chairlift.
Chairlift, yeah.
One and out. I think that's the only
You're
one.
taking some videos of it?
Well, I've got 2 things going. I've got live. If I can't get live, I'm going to record it. And then what I do is I live my recordings.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
And then pop it on later?
Yeah.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah.
So he records his phone and then records the
Well,
other
I'm
phone.
having trouble
It's
with
like-
my data and all that.
Yeah.
I'm gradually getting my act together.
Brilliant.
You know, if that...
Fantastic. Of course, this is unofficial, but not unofficial like there's been scam Facebook profiles being used to try and pull people in using SSDT 2024.
I read that.
Yeah.
You mentioned it
I mentioned
before,
it first.
Oh, did you? Yeah,
Well, another guy picked up on it, and we've been trying to get people to block it and all the rest of it. But I mean, you're well known in the trials world. I mean, I even announced you at Scott as being a nutter from the Isle of Wight, didn't I?
Did I? Yeah, well, it's definitely that.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Did I ever tell you about the year that we rode? My trip home, what I did?
No.
No, well, what I did, I was so out of touch with all this stuff.
Yeah.
Our world was the Isle of Wight trials.
Yeah,
we thought that was it, right?
Was it.
So when I finished on the Saturday, you used to be scrutineered at the end of the trial, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right.
It's not like finishing, that's it. You were scrutineering my bike.
Checked over, yeah.
It's checked over. I chucked the bike in the van and drove home. And I drove all the way through the night, right? We got on the...
ferry.
No, we got as far as Birmingham.
All right.
Spaghetti Junction.
Oh,
the van broke down.
Oh, no.
I phoned up. Well, it's going to be 25 quid to come out to you, sir.
77.
Sod that. I opened up the thing, and they had the old V4 transit engine. The distributor cap had cracked. There was sparking across, so I took one of the leads off and ran it on 3 cylinders. Ooh. I got to the ferry about 6 o'clock in the morning, drove through the night, all just to do a club trial the next day.
I think they were called the Kent engine. Ford Kent. They all have names, you know, Lynx, Kent, all that. Townesses and that.
I expect in the motor trade there's other...
Yeah, there's other names for it as well, that's right. Eco Boom.
Yeah.
So there we have it. So no, I think you're probably almost as mad as him.
All right. Not far behind.
Not far. So anyway, Mr. Coombs, you're out and about, and Alan will be chauffeuring you because you've got to have a chauffeur because you're so important now.
I do. I can't help it these days.
He sits in the back, so he can wave at people.
Of course, waving at folk like a Queenie wave. So you're out there and keeping the thing going. But no, Mark's sort of blogs and things like that are very interesting, very entertaining. I mean, when I first saw it, I thought it was some mad guy. I thought, who's Wolfman? Who is this? And then I realised it was a trials enthusiast like myself, and then I started to watch it, and I thought this is actually quite funny, but serious as well. There's a serious message to some of these, you know.
Well, your initial thoughts were correct. It is a mad guy.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
That is true. But then, of course, he comes out with all this stats and statistician stuff, and you know, it's good to know because people were asking the other day how many riders from here, there, and everywhere, and obviously you've got it.
A few years ago, they used to have a motorcycle club on the island. They used to have a programme they used to send out once a month, didn't they? And he got the job of editing.
Oh my goodness!
So many people complained. The rubbish he was writing. He lost his job.
Oh no, sacked. Oh, what a shame. There's George Gostin just poked his head in there again just to see how we were getting on. He must be getting ready to go. So maybe try and catch him later on. So I think we'll put it as a wrap now. So going back to our head of music here, John Weller, you've seen Mark before in action, and he's quite entertaining, isn't he?
I love him. I think he's a great character. That's what
you know,
you need.
last time I got a bit... Because I was speaking to John last year.
You got excited.
And then right at the end you said something about, and I wasn't really sure if I was allowed to speak to you, so I thought it was his show.
No, I'm a guest.
So I didn't know,
it's John's show.
I didn't know who.
Yeah, no, it's cool. And it's interesting about Steve Harley, because I know you're a big fan of his. I'll go name drop him. I did get a chance to go on his tour bus about 8 years ago and do an interview with him.
Oh, right, yeah.
And there was a plethora of all the big magazines and people. I pushed my luck, saw the guys doing the PR there. I said, any chance of a chat with Steve? Not a chance. Then about 5 minutes later, he come back and said, right, come back to us all around the back, into the back behind the stage, right? He said, you've got 5 minutes, don't overdo it. And literally, the bus was running at this point. They're just heading off to the next gig, and I've got 5 minutes with Steve Harley in his tour bus, and that's one of those highlights of my life.
Nice one, mate.
Absolutely superb guy. Really down to earth.
Musically speaking, do you know one of the greatest albums of all time come out in 1977? And that is Turn of the Century by Yes.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. I liked Going for the One.
Oh yeah,
I liked that one.
Single.
Yeah, that was a single. Yeah, so it just shows you. So. I think we'll have
introduce that song now, I reckon.
Yeah, I think
you yourself can introduce that song.
You introduce it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Steve Harley, the Cockney Rebel.
From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth a breathtaking world right here in Lochaber.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth the breathtaking world right here in Lochaber.
Yes, day 5 of the Scottish 6 Days trial on to Thursday now. Or is it Friday? No, it's Friday now. And here we have 9 times World Trials GP champion Emma Bristow. Now, we've just been listening to Mark Coombs going on about his statistics and saying how it's nip and tuck between Laia Sands. He calls her Layla. I don't know why, but there you are. But that's just Mark. And Emma, how have you been feeling this week? Has it been good?
Yes, to be honest, it started off a bit shaky. Tuesday was probably one of my worst days that I've had in a long time, so I had quite a bit of a deficit to get back. I feel like I'm back on track now, riding a bit better, and yeah, just trying to enjoy it and not get too stressed about the result, because it will be what it is at the end of the day. I've just got to keep pulling out the good rides. I had some really good rides yesterday in places, so yeah. So, feeling.
Now, how do you pull marks back on somebody like a 14 times world champion? I mean, obviously, Laia started before you, and it must be very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, we're both quite good riders. There's not the sections you've probably in Scotland you've got to hit at the right time sometimes. The loose one was pretty bad, I think, early on, and it just changes. The sections change all day. Sometimes it's not the best to be right at the back, or so yeah, you've just got to try and read the sections at that point of time and try and hit the line. If you can hit the line in the 6th day, you run for a good week. So
yeah, that's right. It's very, very difficult because it is 6 days you're riding. It's not just one day.
Yeah, and you do get a little bit tired, and it is the mental focus that will keep you riding well, really. So pretty much everyone in the top 50 can probably ride the sections. It's just staying online and staying focused, and yeah, that's what is more difficult when you get tired towards the end of the week. So yeah, just got to keep sharp.
Now, obviously, you're an inspiration to young lady or young girl riders, you would say, aren't you? I mean, it's something that's been carried on from very early years in the Scottish Six Days and trials in general. I mean, we had Debbie Evans away back in the 1970s, inspired a whole generation of lady trials riders.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm hoping in the future there are a few more girls that do it, because we're a bit thin on the ground this year. But I think it goes through phases.
Yeah.
It's not a cheap trial to do either. So I think the girls that want to do it want to feel ready and prepared, and hopefully next year we'll have a few more.
Did you always want to be a works rider?
No. No, I just wanted to try and be as good as I could be at something. And when you're 17, 18, you got to get your head down, and yeah, I just loved riding. That was the thing, and happened from there really.
Yeah, exactly. So I just wondered if it was an ambition, because one or two of the girls wanted to be works riders. They thought that would be the ultimate, but you are one, and I just wondered if that was in your remit when you were 17, 16.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to see how far I could go really.
Well, you went pretty far, 9 times.
Yeah, sometimes there's a lot of pressure as well if you get a lot of help early on, and I think it just happened gradually for me. So yeah, I'm happy to be here and happy to be riding another 6 day.
Right. Well, we'll let you get on with the maintenance, because you've got a back wheel to put in now, and I'll not hold you back. So anyway, thanks very much, Emma.
Thanks, thank you.
That's Emma Bristow, 9 times World Trials Champion. I mean, Mark Coombs was talking about Emma and Laia Sants. Obviously, they're going head-to-head this week. Laia has ridden the Scottish many times. Previously, she was riding the factory Monteza 4RT. Now she's riding Gas, and she does a lot of Dakar rally riding now. And yeah, she's come back, and then of course Emma has got a lot of competition, but there's other girls taking part as well. Alicia Robinson, Alice Minta and Chloe Richardson. But as Emma was saying, there's not as many lady competitors, women competitors riding this year. There's been more than 5 before, but it's a closely contested class, the women's class here at the Scottish Six Days Trial, and it's historically there's been women involved in the Scottish Six Days Trials for over 100 years. A lot of people don't know that, and that's why I put together a special page on my Trials Guru website specifically for the lady trials riders, and I actually got in touch with the German rider. I can't pronounce her second name now, but it was Iris Kramer originally. She got married now, and she's high up in the FIM, pushing for the women in the World Trials Championship and just women in motorcycling. And she was delighted to hear from me, because she knew I was putting something together for the ladies. So yeah, it's all to play for. And as Mark was talking about, he's analysed how they've gone through the week so far, first and second, and it's been second and first and second for Emma. And as she said, it's very difficult to pull marks back at the Scottish Six Days, but she's doing rather well just now, as is Laia Sants on the 2025 Gas.
No, absolutely. It's good to see it. As I've followed Emma for many years, and as I say, since she was at school, and where she's come to now is leaps and bounds. I know it's not easy to sort of balance that and a home life, romance, and everything else which goes with it as well. And probably harder for the female competitors as well. It's what it is. It's great fun. Come and sit down next to me. A long-term friend of mine here at the Scottish Six Days Trial. We met many years ago when you were secretary for the Six Days Trial.
Yes.
Mika, I can't remember your surname, sorry.
De Vos.
So it's close to that, I knew.
Even I knew it was Mika De Vos.
I knew Mika.
No, 2015 was the first year I was secretary till 2018.
And now you're out and around doing observing and everything else.
I'm still doing final time control. That before I was secretary, and I'm still doing it. So.
And you're normally one of the first people I meet down on this car park. You're always here early.
I'm always here early because my partner is still part of the committee, so we arrive on a Friday when everybody's setting up, so we're here early days, yes.
Now, I know you love numbers. You're one of the people I don't really get on with because you like numbers and I struggle with numbers. But you used to teach maths.
Yes, I'm a retired maths teacher, yes.
Back in the Netherlands?
But also here in Scotland.
In Scotland as well.
Yes. I retired in 2014.
Seems to be a common thing with people retiring.
Yes,
Him.
yes.
Yeah,
but
him.
I was lucky I could do early retirement because I was in education, so
Yeah, you
I
see.
retired.
I have a question, John.
So you still do tutoring and that?
I still tutor, yes. I love maths. It's just, it's
Numbers.
in my bones, so.
Numbers just in my head. Right, I've got
Yes.
Simon asking a question. Here we go.
As a retired maths teacher, when was the last time you had to find the tangent of a circle?
As a retired maths teacher, when was the last time you had to find a tangent of a circle?
Oh, not long ago, because I'm still tutoring what is here in Scotland, National 5,
Yeah.
and they still do tangents to circles. Yes, it wasn't that long time ago.
As a kid who hated maths, when do I need to know the tangent of a circle?
Probably never.
Exactly. This was always my battle. When am I going to use this in my life? And I think even at sort of 13, 14, I was rebelling against being told stuff I'm not going to use.
Sometimes it's just applied maths should be enough for most pupils, but when you do a certain level, then there's things in there that you probably never ever use again. But you always have that.
Yeah, no, exactly. and around us, they do observing, you do timekeeping, you're always out on various sections and that. And we're saying you're an unsung hero, really, because you're the people which, taken for granted, I guess, by everybody. The riders probably don't give you as much respect as you really deserve. Would that be fair?
No. I like doing time control. I have a good crack with the riders, and I know about 80% of the riders by name, which is a good laugh. Some of them I've known for 10, 15 years now. It's just you see them grow up, you see them having partners, and then the kids come along, and it's just nice. It's just nice, and it's always I only see them once a year. Most of them I see only once a year, and it's just nice to have a wee blather about things like that.
Exactly. And away from the Scottish 6 days, you're involved in other events as well.
Yes,
Mr. Moffat.
of course. I'm involved with the trial from Inverness Club.
That must be really hard work within them, though, working with them.
Highland 2-Day Classic. No, John knows me well. He asks me what I need, and he just does it.
Does he really? You're one of a rare breed he gets on with.
No, it's a dead easy job for me. John is the secretary. I'm only event secretary, so that means he does all the paperwork. So when I arrive in Aviemore, all the paperwork is there. And I have a look through it. Everything I need is there. I do the signing on, and then I'll do the results, and it's all set up. It's not a problem.
Are you telling me he's organised?
I'll make him organised.
That's
probably.
good. That's the way. Yeah, he needs that sometimes. Discipline in his life.
Yes.
So what's the rest of the day holding? What, you go home on Sunday? Is it back?
I'm going back home on Sunday. Yes.
And today you're out and around doing anything?
Today, yes, I'm doing time control again. I'm a bit early here because I promised to come and have a wee blather at the radio.
You did.
And of course, tomorrow is a shorter day, so for me it's an earlier start. First riders might be back before the last rider is out. It will be very tight. So I'll be here, I'll be setting up early doors tomorrow morning.
See. And do you get much discrepancy in the timekeeping? Do you get people saying, no, that's not right?
No, because
is it pretty controlled now?
Because I'm final time control, so Roger's doing time control, and on the time cards there's a set time they have to come from him to me.
Yeah.
So today, for instance, it's 45 minutes because they come from Ferme, which is a long way, so they have 45 minutes to come from Roger to me. If they're in early, I keep them back because it's a delay. You cannot make a timing delay. If they're later, that's then eating up in their time.
There you go, see? That's the way it works. Another person sort of behind the scenes, but always out there. I love it.
Yes, because I enjoy it.
Always good to see you.
Okay.
You take care.
Okay.
I'll probably see you tomorrow anyway because you're down here early tomorrow, as you say.
Okay.
And yeah, you take care.
Thank you.
Yeah. See, Mika DeVos. No, here we go. The cuddling and the hugging. Now, I missed out on that this morning. I'll get mine. Here we go. Here we go.
Okay.
You take care. Yeah. Oh, a good hugger, Mika is. Love it. Always a good start to the 6 days trial. I'll tell you what, we've gone way out of time, isn't we?
Yes.
Good. Right, where are we going next? Have we got a song for Robbie lined up?
No, because I haven't been told one.
Right, a Robbie song for Robbie. Oh, he's got that look where he's got no idea now. This is such hard work.
Puts everybody on the spot, that, doesn't it?
Something dancey? Something dancey.
I know what might work for today. Oh. Well, you need to do the weather yet as well.
I'm ready for that. My phone's off. I think I've got it stuck back together now.
You think you've got to stuck back together?
Yeah, Dan's is broken.
Is it that bad?
It's only a monitoring one.
Ah,
I only say without that, I cannot hear what's going on at all.
Okay, right. Well, we'll do the weather. We're going to have a bit of a catch-up. We'll be back with you soon.
That sounds like a plan. We'll have a look at the route and the scores.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
It's going to be pretty dry and warm, apparently. Some hazy sunshine hanging around, but thickening cloud bringing the chance of some light rain to the Western Isles later on. Maximum high is going to be 21 degrees centigrade, 70 Fahrenheit. Tonight, a mild night with clear periods and a light breeze for most. Cloudy and breezy, but dry over the Western Isles, getting down to 8 degrees centigrade, 46 Fahrenheit. And Saturday, dry, warm and sunny. Could be cloudy, a bit of breezy, but feeling milder over the Western Isles. Maximum high tomorrow, 22 degrees centigrade, 72 Fahrenheit.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth the breathtaking world right here in Lochaber.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces. Unearth the breathtaking world right here in Lochaber.
Of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Into the final half hour we're going, thanks to our sponsors Michelin Tyres, Trials Magazine, Comms West, Thistle Access, Nevis Bakery, Gavin Cairns and the Great Glen Grub Hub for keeping us all going here for this whole week. Now, John's out in Parc Ferme somewhere.
Yeah, I'm just at the side of the Parc Ferme at the moment with rider number 108 from the North Berkshire Motorcycle Club, Alicia Robinson. Now, you're taking part in this year's Scottish 6 Days trial and you're aiming to try and get the Women's Award, aren't you?
Yeah, so it's my third year up in Scotland. I had a good start to the week, but yesterday I didn't have a very good day, so today we'll see what we can do.
I don't think anybody had a really good day yesterday given the water, so don't take it to heart. We had Emma Bristow on earlier on today, and she's been quite an inspiration to many girl riders over the years, hasn't she?
Yeah, Emma's a very good role model to not only girls but boys as well, so yeah, I massively look up to Emma.
And you ride in competition week in, week out down south?
Yeah, so I practice in the week, ride as many trials as I can at the weekend, and yeah.
Have you got a day job?
Yeah, so I work at Tesco's one day a week and then ride my bike the rest of the week.
That sounds like an ideal job.
Yeah, they're really good to be fair, and it's a bit of money, so I can't complain.
I think it's called work-life balance, don't they?
Yeah.
So, as I say, you've been riding. When did you start taking up trials? Was there a family involvement in trials? I think possibly your dad's an observer?
Yeah, so my dad, he used to mind back when we were younger, so I've been riding since I was 4 years old. And yeah, here I am now.
What bike did you start out on?
On an Exispa, a Rev and Go 50cc.
And just moved your way up the capacities from that?
Yeah, and then I had a Gas Boy, and then I went to Beta 80, and then a Beta 125, now I'm on a Beta 250.
It's funny they called it the Gas Boy when you're a girl.
Yeah, I know. Well, we hated it when we were younger, but...
Of course, now they would bring out a girl edition, which would be pink and a blue for boy, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So anyway, you're looking forward to today's run. It's a bit drier today. It's a lovely day.
Yeah, today should be good, so yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Temperature maximum 21 degrees.
Yeah, I think it's going to be warm.
Yeah, it's warm for Scotland. So anyway, have a good day today, Alicia.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Alicia Robinson, one of the women competitors here at the Scottish 6 Days trial. I always get that wrong, and I was corrected a few years ago. I can't remember who it was, but it was just to say that it's actually women's competition, not girls, because women maybe take offence at that. I'm not quite sure, but it's just one of these things, boys and girls. You know, a lot of the road racers refer to boys and girls racing, and it just kind of stuck in my mind. But Alicia there, works at Tesco's one day a week and rides trials the rest of the week.
That's
sounds
not
like
bad, is it?
Sounds like a good deal to me.
I was going to say it's not a bad deal at all. Anybody else while you're out there with the camera at the
There
moment?
probably is. Let me have a look and see if there's anybody kicking around we can actually have a quick chat with. I'm not quite sure who all the riders are because it's quite... there's 80 newcomers this year at the Scottish 6 Days trial, so...
all those new names to learn.
There certainly is, and I'm just trying to see if there's anybody, any of the leaders about just now. Let's have a quick look around.
Is there anybody on that time control you can talk about who's sort of helping set them off? To find a bit more about that, maybe?
Maybe have a quick word with this chap here that's standing official number 167. Hello, good morning, sir. You're officials here at the Scottish 6 Days. What's your name?
My name's Andy Sims.
Andy Sims. How many years have you been coming up here, Andy?
This will be my second visit.
Ah, so you're quite a young chap then for the Scottish.
Yes.
Are you enjoying it?
Yes, very good. I had lovely weather this week, apart from yesterday morning. I'm hoping for some more good weather today.
Where are you from? Pretty far south, I would think.
Yes. Excuse me, I just got a certain number. 124! We've travelled up from Bridport in Dorset.
Oh, Dorset, that's pretty far south then.
Yes. Long trip, but worth it.
Yeah, and of course now we've got better weather. It'll be just like a holiday.
Yes. Oh, yes.
So there you go. So anyway, thanks very much for coming up and officiating the Scottish 6 Days Trial.
You're welcome.
Brilliant. So there we are, all the way up from sunny Dorset, sunny Fort William. So there we have it, one of the officials. And of course, they look after the start here at the Scottish 6 Days Trial. There's different teams on each day. And just to make sure they all get shouted in on time. You heard them shouting number 124 just a minute ago, and that's so that the rider can come into the Ferme and do the work on their bike for 20 minutes and then get ready to actually get up on the start podium and get the days running underway.
I believe, John, that should be the gentleman from Dorset you need to be given from shortbread to.
Oh, right. Is that right? Why was that again? Was there a special request for it?
Yep. Sorry, let me just swap screens and I can reread it out to you. It was a shout out for Kieran, Mark and Andy marshalling at Parc Ferme today. And also very happy birthday to her dad in Dorset.
Right. Kieran Martin, did you say?
Yeah.
Kieran Martin. I've got to give him some shortbread.
Yep, he's a young 15-year-old marshal.
Yeah. So there you are. It's on the radio. You'll be able to see it later on who actually suggested we do that. Michael Brown's just coming into the Parc Ferme now. He's just going to go and collect his bike. His number's been called. Michael came very, very close to winning the Scottish 6 Days on a couple of occasions and been on the podium. It's just one of these trials that's so far eluded him. A bit like Don Smith back in the 60s. The 6 Days was his favourite event and he came third, and he regretted the fact that he never ever took the win here at Fort William. And it's just something that he actually put in his book, Ride It by Don Smith, which is out of print many years, but you can still get copies of it on eBay. I think they change hands for around about between £25 and £50, depending on condition.
Other auction sites are available.
Oh yes, yes, on auction sites and other places as well. Amos Bilbao, former winner 2002, just coming into the paddock now. We might manage a couple of words with Amos. Very entertaining guy. He's just going to get his bike, so presumably he's got his stand. I'll just see if we can creep up behind him. Rider number 126, factory rider for Honda Monteza. He's riding the Kota 301RR, and of course Amos developed the original 4RT for the Spanish brand, at the time owned by Honda. Amos, you won the trial in 2002. I don't think you're in the lead at the moment, but you do still enjoy the Scottish 6 Days.
Oh yes, I do. Yes, I do. Long time since I have one of the best memories of my life, but now I'm struggling a lot. I'm getting old very fast.
Now, I think you actually treated yourself to a present when you won the Scottish, didn't you? You went and bought a car. You bought a car to celebrate your Scottish win. Was it a Porsche?
Sorry?
You bought a car, an automobile.
Oh, yeah, but the engine is broken now.
Oh, no, you've been driving it too fast.
No, I buy a car just after that race. And now, yeah, it is in the garage because the engine broke 3 months ago.
Oh, no.
That's a back signal.
Oh, dearie dear. So there we are. He actually treated himself to a Porsche at the time to celebrate his 2002 win. But you actually developed the Kota 4RT for the factory. You were the development rider for this bike.
For the production bike.
Yes.
I still make a few things. It's not changing a lot because it's very difficult to improve. And every time you change something, there are many rules now that you have to pass. So it's quite difficult for all the manufacturers nowadays.
Yes. And emissions, of course, emission control.
That's the main problem so far. So we are trying to make the bike doing all the job and still possible to ride it.
Yeah. Exactly. So anyway, we hope you have a good ride today. I saw you at Achentee the other day and you made a very, very good attempt at the first section of Achentee. It was so smooth, no stopping. Prima.
Yeah, but then in the next one I have a massive crash.
Yes, I saw it. So I didn't talk about that. And of course I met one of the guys when I was small. The name was big. Perry P I met on Monday. He was up with Ott.
Yeah, with Ott, yeah. They come just to remember one more time. Yeah, he told me, I think he was here in like 68 or something like that.
That's correct, yeah.
And well, it's nice to have people.
And he met Vesterinen. He went to visit Vestin. He's trying to visit Rob Shepherd.
Yeah, I think he's doing all a very nice trip around the UK.
Yeah. In 20 years' time, you will do the same?
I don't know. My family are coming tonight. My son is now 14-year-old, so maybe in the future he wants to have an attend, and maybe I can with him as well.
Of course.
That would be nice.
Okay. Amos Bilbao, 2002 winner of the Scottish 6 Days trial on the Montesa Cota 315R at that time, which was the two-stroke, and it was 2 years before the four-stroke came out, the 4RT, which has obviously been going now for 20 years, developed year on year, all the improvements going into the bike, and as you heard from Amos, it's getting difficult to improve the bikes and keep within the regulations for emission controls and things like that. Something that we discussed with Gas with our engineer earlier this week, France, forget his second name, Ortid or something is his name, and he was in telling us about the gas still on a carburetor. Of course, the Montesa Cota 4RT, four-stroke racing trial, and that has electronic fuel injection and, of course, electronic ignition and a lot of management systems built into these bikes. So it's very, very interesting the way that they're trying to keep developing the 4RT to what we have now, the 301RR.
Very interesting stuff indeed. And side back to the studio, I had a few people sort of sticking their head over the barrier behind us saying, how can they watch this back? How can they sort of catch up on what we've been doing today?
Well, indeed, all week is available on YouTube. All the videos we do are live. What you can watch just now is live, so there's a live link on our Facebook page. Not Facebook page, well, there is actually on our Facebook page, but it's on our YouTube page as well. Now, once it's finished, you can go back and watch it wherever. I think you can actually go back to 2017 and watch all those if you wanted to. So it'll be available to you probably shortly after 11 o'clock once YouTube's done its processing. And then later on this afternoon, it'll be available in full HD and full 1080p, which is what we're filming in this year.
And you know what, for a community radio station, I'm very proud of what we do.
I think this is pretty cool, if I'm honest. Yeah. I know every year I say this is the best we've done, but obviously every year we bring new things and we learn stuff, so that's the idea, isn't it?
Yeah, no, absolutely, and just take it to that next level. And as I say, having Robbie out there to sort of have a bit of camera work. You don't see Robbie. You might see him now and again because there's a few bits of footage of him earlier on where we put another camera on him. But it sort of works very well. Before we do the catch-up and the final route, I think John's back out there with somebody else he wants to catch up with.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to catch up now with rider 124 Jack Price on a Sherco, not a Vertigo, because I'd actually made that mistake earlier this week because I haven't seen Jack out in the bike, but he is actually riding Sherco now. Jack, you've got the yellow number plate on your bike. You're obviously leading the trial at the moment. A bit of pressure on Jack?
Yeah, it's not too bad at the moment. We're just obviously riding around with Michael and Toby. It's a fairly chilled environment, so I think that's when you ride best anyway. So just try and forget about the overall result and just try and clean as many sections as possible, really. That's as simple as it is. So yeah, 2 days to go. It's a nice place to be, but yeah, it's not done yet.
And of course, you're a multiple winner of the other classic event in the UK, the Scott Trial. You've made that a bit of your own, hasn't you?
Yeah, I moved to Enduro like 4 or 5 years ago. So yeah, when I moved towards the Scott Trial, obviously the speed aspect of it was quite comfortable for me, and then I could almost keep my feet up as well. So yeah, it's been I've had a lot of bad luck there over a few years before that, so it was nice to eventually get a win, and then obviously carried it on to 3 in a row, which is obviously amazing. So really happy with that one as well.
But yeah, you're quite proud of the fact you've got a yellow number plate on at the moment.
Yeah, I've had the yellow plate before, but never kept it, so I'll have to try and keep it for the end of the week. But yeah, like I said, days to go, but position.
Yeah, well, good luck for the rest of the week, Jack.
Thank you.
That's Jack Price on the Sherco 300 Sherco, rider number 124, and when you're out and about you'll see him with the yellow number plate on, which indicates that is the current leader of the Scottish 6 Days Trial 2024.
Well, Mr. Moffat, if we want to wheedle your way along to where we are here, we need to have a look at the route. Also need to look at the scores on the doors. Aim to catch up back at the studio, so I cut you off there because John was doing something.
No, not really. We're
all caught up.
We're all caught up.
Very good indeed. So, shall we do the route first?
Yeah, I can do the route. Day 5 of the Scottish 6 Days Trial, 10th of May 2024. The first group is Group A at Sleach. First rider arrived there at 8 o'clock this morning, and then Group B, 2 sections at Upper Mamore. Both of these are inaccessible to the public to watch, or the spectators to watch. First rider was there at 8:25. Then we move across to Group C, the 3 sections at Corrymora, where David Green was doing some action footage there. That was first covered by the first rider at 8:40 this morning. Then they moved down to Glencoe, beyond Glencoe, out onto Ranach Moor, and they do 2 sections at Group D, which is chairlift near the White Corries skiing centre, the Glencoe skiing centre as it's called now, I think. At 9:45 the first rider was due there, so there'd be an hour of action down there. Then they move along the old military road to Group E. 3 sections there at Bar House off the General Wade's old military road, which went across Ranach Moor. Quite an engineering feat in its day. First rider will be there at 10:10, so in the last half hour. Then they have the rest stop, I should say, down just opposite Achalader Farm, over the near the River Orkney. So you go over the bridge of Orkney, or the bridge over the River Orkney rather, and it's just into the left there, and that's where the lunch stop is today. One of the Highland catering companies is covering that for the Scottish. And it's then on to Group F, which is 3 subs at Gorton. First rider there at 11:20, so not so far away now. Half an hour and the first rider should be there. Group G, 2 sections at Coiriebuch, and that's 11:50 the first rider, then 2 sections at Dunnan, and then 2 further sections at Carrower. First rider arrives there at 1 o'clock. But these 3 groups are inaccessible. Only Gorton is accessible with care because it's an estate road. And the last group of sections, 5 sections, which is spectator friendly, up at Ferme. As we heard David Dignan, the clerk of the course, earlier on this morning was saying, you know, just to park sensibly up there, because obviously there's farms and crofts up there that are still working. Keep your dogs, if you do have dogs with you, it's not a problem, but keep them on the leash, because we're still in the middle of the lambing season here in the Highlands, and obviously there are sheep in that area, so could you keep the dogs on the leash, please, just to remind you. And that's Group J, Ferset, and the first rider were there at roughly 10:02 this afternoon.
Yeah, so people saying it's really hard yesterday, and is today considerably easier?
I wouldn't say it was easier. I think we've still got 2 fairly strenuous days to go. It doesn't seem to let up. I think you just heard that from Jack Price, who's leading the trial on the Sherco. He says that there's still a couple of hardish days to go, and that's a top rider. So tomorrow they'll be going down to Lower Fast Ferme, and Upper Fast Ferme. There's 7 sections in 2 groups, and then over to Drumfara, which is not accessible. So Lower Fast Ferme seems to be accessible. That'll be on the Fast Ferme estate, I would imagine. And then out to Trotter's Burn. Now that is at the small hamlet of Muirsherlich. So you go out towards the road to the Isles and then cut right and go over that road past the Moorings Hotel and beyond and up to Trotter's Burn. Now there are car parking fields normally up there. Hopefully they're dry enough to take cars, so the local crofters allow parking and you'll be directed into the car park. Now it is a road that in the past has had caused problems because there's, you know, oil tankers delivering to, you know, the private fuel supplies and everything like that. So don't just park either side of that road, because it is a single track road, so you have to be very careful when you're parking there. But it's a favourite spot for people to go and watch Trotter's Burn, because it's got a big rock at the end. It's a waterfall type rock, and it can take quite a few marks. Then Group E is up at Leenachan, which is the Nevis Range, and that's accessible through the Leenachan car park, which I think there's a charge for that now, so you have to be aware of that. And it's been on the go for some years now, that area, in trials. Scottish 6 days. The first rider there at 10:30 tomorrow. And Corrie na Cloich, that's not accessible. And of course the old favourite, Town Hall Bray, 1 section at Town Hall Bray tomorrow, which is known locally as the Rocky Bray here in Fort William, in the middle of the town. So that'll be good.
Has that been on the course ever since it started up here? It seems to be the world famous thing everyone wants to.
It is. It's certainly since the 1930s. So we're going back nearly 100 years.
It's so narrow.
Yeah, I mean it's narrow now because they put steps on it back in the sort of early 1970s. No, actually mid to late 1970s. They actually put steps up the side of what was the bookies shop there, and it narrowed it down. And then some years ago now, probably about 15, 20 years ago, Rab Patterson was involved in placing large rocks on it, because it is actually a bedrock climb, and they put some more rocks in just to make it a little bit tougher for the modern bikes. But it's still a traditional type section. It's something that brings a little bit of spectacle and brings the Fort William people closer to the Scottish 6 Days, because back in the day, when you see the old pictures of M&D Hill, which was just near, I can't remember which square it is. It's not Cameron Square. It's where the telephone exchange was. No, it was where M&D's garage was, and they started it in a coal dungeon. There's a walkway up there now, takes you up to what was the Highland Hotel. Yeah. A lot of the locals used to stand and watch there, and the kids used to get out early from school to sit on the Rocky Brae or M&D if they'd caught that before they went to school in the morning. And a lot of the locals will tell you, those that took up trials, that's how they got interested, because it being a local event to them, the 6 Days trial was, you know, an annual affair, and a lot of them started riding. Roger Mount, for example, 3-time Scottish Trials champion, Alistair McGilvery, also a Scottish Trials champion from Lochaber, and you know, they all got inspired by the Scottish 6 Days trial. Simple as that.
I think it's the smell of the noise and the, I don't know, there's a bit of excitement too,
yeah,
and danger.
Well, it can be a little bit dangerous.
As a kid, I mean, you see your bike that close though.
Yeah.
You think, well, yeah, I just remember seeing my first bikes, and I suppose that's got me into motorcycling.
That's
anyway.
right.
Just loved it, and you'd say it's just the power and the skill of the rider.
Yeah, that's right. And I think just from watching it from an early age, well, you heard Alicia Robinson. I mean, she was inspired, obviously, by like say Emma Bristow and other such riders to get involved. And she started when she was 4-year-old. And obviously, a family connection obviously helps, because if your parents are interested in trials, then they know all about it, and they can assess the risks of it as well. You know, I took it up knowing that you could hurt yourself if the thing got out of control. And I was encouraged to ride trials by my father, but I was never pushed into it. I think that's the difference.
Yes.
As in any sport, not just trials, you've got to encourage kids to get involved in sport, because it helps mould them into the adults that they become, and it also keeps them away from other nasty stuff as well. My dad was always, oh, you're letting your butt. Is he going to do motocross or racing? No, he's going to do trials. It was a bit safer, but that was the days where things were developing, and you don't have money to spend on other things like booze and other substances when you're spending all your hard-earned pocket money on your motorcycle.
I think it's harnessing that natural curiosity of a youngster as well. That, you know, I love noisy things and engines, and I grew up sort of trying to fix cement mixers with my dad and stuff like that, and mowers. It's just that naturally inquisitive word after me, curiosity.
Yeah, well, there's curiosity, and it was actually summed up nicely by the late Donald Campbell, the record breaker. He was interviewed back in the 60s when he was still trying to push the envelope with land and water speed records. And they asked him, what keeps him going? And he said, quote unquote, when someone loses their natural schoolboy enthusiasm, old style, that's when to stop, because when you lose that enthusiasm, then you just don't want to do it anymore. And he carried it into, midlife, and he was still doing the records, and unfortunately lost his life on Coniston Water, trying to raise the speed that he could keep a boat on top of the surface doing the water speed record.
Yeah, and he wanted to go that way, I'm sure.
No, he didn't want to go that way, but the thing is, he was close to it, and unfortunately he lost it all. Same with John Cobb on Loch Ness. Yeah. He was a compadre of Campbell's, and it actually shook Campbell up when he unfortunately lost his life in Loch Ness in 1954.
Well, we'll get a quick look at maybe the top 5 or the top 10. We're running out of time now.
Yeah, getting near the witching hour. The top 5 at the moment, we've just interviewed him there. Rider 124 on the Sherco, that's Jack Price on 17 marks. Second position is Jack Peace, also in the Sherco, in second place on 19. His brother Dan Peace, third position on 20, followed by hot shot younger rider Harry Hemingway in fourth position on 20. His grandparents are up watching him. CJ John Hemingway, former Monteza Works rider and Suzuki rider as well. Toby Martin on the 4RT Monteza in fifth position on 24. Richard Sadler, we had him on air earlier, in sixth position on 25. Michael Brown, the man who's almost won the Scottish a few times, in seventh position on the 4RT in 29 marks. Dan Thorpe, British champion, eighth position on 30 marks. Dougie Lampkin in ninth position on 32 in the Vertigo. And Gary McDonald on the Scorpio, local man, top Scottish rider at the moment, 10th position on 33 marks.
We're going to be doing this all again tomorrow. Thanks to the team today, Mr. John Moffat, for your experience.
Thank you.
Dan in the van, Robbie going out and around, David Green sending us some footage, Simon back at the studio, myself, John Wheeler. We'll be back from 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, right through until about 12:30, when the very last rider leaves Parc Ferme. Are we there?
Oh, is that it?
I don't know, you tell me. I've got 3 minutes.
Yeah, well, we're kind of over for the tunes we've got. I don't really have long enough to play a full tune, so I don't know what you want to do. Do you want to just talk up to news?
We can do. I just rounded up. I thought, hello, that's okay.
All right, well, I can cut a tune in half, I suppose.
I thought I was doing okay there.
I've got a tune, but I don't think I have it ready. But we'll just cover
we'll do it tomorrow.
2014. Dougie Lampkin back winning again. He won his first trial in 1994. Dougie was back winning in 2014 on the 300 DL Gas. And that was before he went to develop the Vertigo.
We'll do that. We'll do that tomorrow, then play that tune as well, yeah, for you. Sorry about that. Right, we might as well talk up to the news then.
I'm sure John can talk for 1 minute 35.
Hopefully catching up with Dougie tomorrow. He's hopefully going to be, the way his rider number works should be good tomorrow to catch up with him and see how he's doing, how I think he's going to do on his last day. You got anybody else to speak to tomorrow? You got anybody else coming in?
I don't have anybody particularly coming in tomorrow, no. Not that I'm aware of.
It's a day we haven't got many people particularly. It all happened at once. It's been a great day. So do catch up with us on the various channels and do give us your comments, because it's nice to know what you're thinking. Let's say good, bad or indifferent. We can all sort of improve and sort of learn stuff from that. And wherever you listen around the world, it's always great to have you out there as well. Our sponsors, once again, Michelin Tyres.
Comms West.
Charles Magazine.
Thistle Access.
Nevis Bakery.
And Great Glen Grub Hub.
Gavin Cairns. They are your sponsors.
Yeah, they're the sponsors.
See, they are the people which help us put this on. We are a voluntary organisation. So, no, a charity organisation, mainly run by volunteers, size the paid member of staff, who sort of steers us in the right direction and comes up with these mad plans now and again. But on the whole, they work out, don't they, mate?
My mad plans are looking magic on a YouTube feed, to be fair.
Yeah, he'd have had a meeting in his head at some point, so we're going to try and doing that.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I mean, the meeting that me and Dan had yesterday, we're quite pleased with today's results.
Yeah, we've changed things around a bit.
Yeah, so no, I think it's working well. So if you do want to go back and watch any of it or catch up on any of it, it is all available to you on YouTube, completely free. Just go back, check us out, give it a wee subscribe, that'll be helpful. And we'll be back tomorrow from 7 a.m. for day 6.
And thanks to anybody which has taken part and actually contributed today in the way of a chat or just leaning across the fence saying hello. Bye-bye from us.
From 96.6 to 102.4 FM, this